here because I love seeing wasteful souls struggle to accomplish something meaningful and fail spectacularly, like you are doing now. Good job.
Yay, pain!
promise I'm not going to die here.
Don't do it. Wow.
Okay. Thursdays are different. It's all right. We're a little bit late. It's okay. I promise I won't be dying. Give me a second. Promise I'm not dying. All right, let's get a proper intro in on this one. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 114th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we're going to be going over a kind of extenuate. Wow, that word just left my brain. Today, we're going to be going over an extended topic from last week's discussion. So I did a history of the Bard class last week. Wow. And in that, I had a really interesting find when I was researching it, because right at the beginning, in first edition, I found out that bards weren't a main class. And I started doing some digging and found out that they were kind of this advanced class that you had to get into with certain prerequisites from other classes. And essentially it was a kind of a morph. You had to go from one class, you had to go to, from like, you know, for instance, for bard, you had to go from fighter to thief, and then you could become a bard. So you had to go through multiple classes, get to it, and it was really interesting. But I found out that later, this was actually a precursor to the topic of today, which is prestige classes. And it turned out to be a whole mess that I wasn't able to cover. I wanted to talk about bard, and then I was going to intro what prestige classes were. But the more I looked into prestige classes, the more I realized that there was just no way I was going to be able to cover that and then go back to bard in one episode. So figured I'd split it up. The history of bard was really fascinating, but it did kind of leave a big gap in the idea behind what prestige classes were and why bards were so difficult to, you know, get into early on. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. I do have Kage here with me. It's going to be fantastic because I don't know if he got a chance to watch the other episode, but this will kind of be an accumulation. So if you didn't see last week's episode, I highly suggest watching these kind of in tandem, because they really go hand in hand in terms of what the prestige class is. And we went really in depth with the bards. So it'll kind of, you know, make a lot more sense. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We have no other major updates. No, I lied. Hang on a second. I'm all over the place today. This is the problem with not doing it on the scheduled day, where I'm used to Fridays. And now it's a Thursday and my entire week's off. I'm going out of town, so like my brain's fried.
It's always something. I get it, man. I get it. Listen, I had my plans canceled that I was supposed to do today because traditionally I wasn't going to be here, but you know, we make it work. So we all a little goofy. Yeah. I mean,
and of course, Des has to finally show up for the beginning of a stream. And
hey,
it's
man,
absolutely terrible.
He gets to see us in our whole glory. I absolutely love it.
Hey, you know what? It
awesome.
happens. Not every single one, you know, could be a solid glory, but I mean,
we make it work.
We pushed through. I was 15 minutes late. I should have just waited another like 30 seconds to like, you know, stop dying, but I'm fine.
It is all good.
It's okay. That's why I have the inhaler. It's fine.
100%.
No deaths in this house. But yeah, so yeah, did you happen to, or did you get a chance to watch last week's episode?
So I did not get to watch the full thing, but I did get to see some clips from when you were talking about these prestige classes. So it was very interesting to get the mindset. And I know you and I talked briefly about it. I believe this was Monday last week, something like that. But no, it's very interesting to see how there are these like, and I don't know if they would be considered subclasses or just class extensions or whatever, but you have to get to a certain level to even think about going this route.
Yeah, they were these very advanced classes, and yeah, definitely not subclasses for that matter.
Right.
I mean, you know, the idea for bards
would be more like multi-classing.
Well, I mean, kind of. I don't know what this really was all about, because it was very advanceable gameplay. Because I mean, the earliest you could become a bard was level 10, but the best level to become a bard was level 16, right? If you wanted to max it out, so it's like that's insane.
Which is weird. You gotta wait longer, which feels like you have less time to like
but you also get the best of everything, right? Like it's the
So
accumulation.
wild.
But that's why it's such a unique concept. But that just goes to show where the birth of subclasses and multiclassing came from is early then they looked at these alternatives as and I can understand this, right? I can understand the logic as someone brings to the table something like bard, something like druid, and these sound great, but I can see it going down like this, and I have no basis for this, but in all of my research, I feel like I'm starting to get a kind of an idea somewhat of the struggles and some of the approaches, right? We've looked into real life mythos and lore that inspired so much of D&D, right? We've talked about the Vancian system where that inspired, the
magic.
Yes. Sorry. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, like the book series that they were reading to inspire how the spells and all of that work, right? Like there's so many ways that we've looked at this and the inspirations. And the way that I look at how D&D is it's been an evolution, right? It builds off of the last ideas, but makes them better with things like this, right? You're like, oh, this sounds so cool, but isn't there an easier way to do it than waiting till level 10 or level 16? So I'm thinking, try to put myself in their shoes. Someone came up with this idea, Bard, Druid, and we're going to go through a couple others because that's not the only two, but Bard and Druid were these specialty classes.
I'm very curious about Druid because that's been one of my favorite classes for a while.
And so here's my idea, right? Think back in their time, not what you know about Druids now, because most of what we know about Druids now has been inspired by a lot of D&D and vice versa, right? Like it's much more of a mishmash now. Whereas back then they only had the hard and fast. So think about where Druids came from, the same mythos, right? They had the dryad creatures, they had Ents, you had these creatures, these monsters from the similar veins. But then let's look at what we knew of Druids, either real or lore wise. There were, in my opinion, or at least in my research, there are two types of Druids from what I can tell, would have been what they had access to, folklore wise and otherwise.
Okay.
There is the practicing Druid, I like to call it, which is essentially what we would call like the more down to earth Druid, like base magic, can heal plants, can talk to plants, can do things, lives in the woods, has magic that's honing with nature, right?
More just attuned with nature rather than a part of it.
Exactly. Or a part of it, but that's it, right? Like it's the hermit in the middle of the woods that knows that you were here, right? There's the practicing Druid. Then there's the high fantasy Druid that is like the wild fae Druid, the entity that we all want to imagine becoming the character of, right? The one that can call forth gale force winds, the one that can rain down upon you, the one that is the spirit of the forest, right? The embodiment, the Druid that comes out of the tree, that is the wind, and is the final boss kind of thing, right? Those are your two Druids that you get in either folklore or mythos. You get the practicing Druid, which is your shamans, your hermits, and you, I almost said hobbits, but you get those, maybe. you get these more meek, but powerful in one respect, but meek in the sense of they aren't a harm or a danger. Or you get the ultimate entities, right? You get these uber powerful spirits of the forest that you have to overcome. And then you also look at bards, right? Either a bard is a storyteller who might also play an instrument, and if anybody knows anything about like actual reenactment of history, bards are not cool. Like bards are awesome. I love real bards for a lot of different reasons. They're usually very smart. They're really entertaining. They have tons and tons of stories to tell. But what I mean by bards aren't cool is when we think of bards today, like the rock stars of D&D, a lot of bards in history were just people who could remember really good stories and recount. Like charisma meant they could tell a good story, right? You had to be well spoken. You had to know how to capture an audience, right? But there's a difference, right? Like not all of them were rock stars. Shakespeare was an amazing bard, but he is not a rock star. You know what I mean? He's no Bon Jovi, but there's a different layers of it, right? So with bard, you had a lot of real world bards, which were these great fantastical storytellers, and holders of knowledge or just really good with words. But that was about it, right? And then you had the fantasy bards, the one that inspired Allo by chance.
Yes.
I forget what his name was, but who inspired Allo? Dionysus?
No.
It
It was so close to his name. Gosh, I'm gonna have to look that up.
But
I know. Yeah.
Case, right. In that particular case, that is a bard of gods. You know what I mean? You have the bard of gods, right? You have Allo himself, a somewhat of a bard. You have Hermes, a bard.
Yes.
Or Hermes was Hermes the. Was it Hermes?
Wasn't he the one with the wings feet?
Yeah. So Hermes, yeah. So you had that level of bard, and then you just had the guys that were like, again, we didn't have the term rock star. Like you didn't have that version that we know now of the like almost the joke character, right? You don't have that level
like
of,
from the dude from The Witcher is what I think of when I think like of a very like stereotypical bard.
Exactly. But that isn't really like that, not to say that didn't exist, but that is not the classic bard of history that we would have known. That is high fantasy bard, but that has also been diluted over the years. You got to look at what did they have reference to when we were doing AD&D, right? Mm-hmm. And so again, I'm thinking about that, right? But you have just these two particular characters, both represented as either, above average, but non-threatening, right? Above the average status, but non-threatening, or god tier. So when you look at that as inspiration, how do you build an entire campaign off of something that's basically useless until you're a god? You don't allow it until you're a god. That's long-winded story, but that is my thesis or my belief on why they approached it this way. Is when you look at, if I want to play a character in D&D, what would it take to become a bard? Years of knowledge, storytelling. Think about this. Bards could have been like, oh, I was a veteran. I've seen all these stories and now I've brought my, the roguish aspect. You needed to learn some of like the quirkiness of people and how to sway people, the wisdom idea. I get it. Part of it, but it's also, I can understand that when they looked at it, when they looked at how do we build a level 1 bard, they went, this would be boring as fuck. Nobody would play it and it would die instantly. It has the worst of everything, right? Because imagine, they didn't have what we know as bard now. They just they wanted an idea. Like someone came up with the idea of bard and druid, but my belief is that when they looked at it, it wasn't viable low level. So it only made sense to allow this to be unlocked because they thought great characters, great builds, but they didn't see versatility at low levels.
So I very much agree. I think there's a large portion of when you're looking at it from a very raw perspective, like you're talking about, where you just have this like very base information of somebody who can do such grandiose things. Like when you think to yourself, just how do you balance that at low levels? Like, how do you bring that down to somebody who wants to just do and be this thing? And it's like, it's too strong. It's too strong. You need some sort of foundation in order to.
And you got to remember, early stages, magic was there, but magic wasn't as robust and as available, right? Magic was limited. It was very powerful, but that's where glass cannons originated, right? Is these early stages. So yeah, I think you're 100% right. It's like, how do you make this challenging for the player, but also how do you make it a challenge?
Yes.
Like how do you give a guy who carries, a lute or a lyre or a tambourina down all day? Like again, think about The Witcher. Think about The Witcher bard. How do you make him terrifying? A big old beast comes out to fight the Witcher, and what does he do? He grabs the horse and he goes, I'll see you after the fight. Because what's he gonna do? He's not. That's what they looked at and said, how do I make that level at first level? That is what first level looks like. But you think about him 20 years later, at the Witcher's side, carrying a short sword. Like, he's been with the Witcher long enough, he would have had to eventually defend himself. Like, you know what I mean? I can get the psychology behind why they wanted so badly to put them in, but they couldn't justify any earlier because what does it mean to be the guy who knows stories in town? What does it mean to be the guy who can talk to a plant? How does that help me go kill this dragon? How does it help me? Again, How does a druid help you in a dungeon where there's no light, no soil, no plants? How does a bard help you when you're trying to be quiet, sneaking into a castle? I can understand their ideas of they were too afraid at their weaknesses because they themselves didn't have what we have, is the inspirations that were built over time of how to make it better.
And honestly, you had to start somewhere. And I think that genuinely this is as good a place to start. And it did evolve over time, and we were able to grow with it over time and find what works for what we're trying to do. And even now, I think it's still evolving. You know, I think everyone has an opportunity to choose something specific, choose what works for them, choose what they like and what they don't like, and whatever the case may be. I mean, like, you have your whole wall of magic over here. This is what you have found works for you, and I love that, right? And I think everyone, you know, as time goes on, depending on how invested they are as being a DM or whatever the case may be, like, you'll find what works for you, you'll find what you like, and other people that are willing to share that same story. So yeah, I'm super here for it.
What's going on, Hecate? See you in the chat there. Des has an interesting idea of going back in time to be able to show Gygax the 5th edition books and be like, here is your dream in 50 years. You want to play?
That would be wild,
right?
That would be wild.
Because it's like, it is a shame that the OGs just didn't really get to see.
I'm curious how they would feel like about what it's lightweight, like George Lucas, how you'd feel about what he's got going.
I think because I've talked to a lot of veteran gamers over my years, played with a lot of them. I've had the very good honor of playing with several people who have played with Gygax himself.
Wow.
So again, not an authority figure on this topic at all, but I feel confident in saying that there would be a lot of mixed feelings. And I don't mean to say that as to be as vague. I think the general acceptance that we have now, like the overcome all of the stereotypes that it's overcome, all of the hurdles and objectives that overcame in society, I think they'd be thrilled at. The acceptance level, I mean, the Matt Mercers and Brendan Lee Mulligans of the world, those two alone, I think he would look at that and be like, wait, there are celebrities, like not
Much
celebrities
appreciated.
that play it, but there are celebrity D&D person. Like, I think that would be that again. It would be one of those things where it's like, wow, that's like we just made a book, guys, and now there are people that are famous doing the game that we were just trying to get people to play in their basement to get out of school. You know what I mean? Like I think those accomplishments, I think, would resonate very deep with them. Now,
fair.
If we're talking about just 5th edition and ignoring the evolution, I think the evolution would just be a bigger issue. But if we're just talking about just like showing them the current state,
just going straight from what they original baby to boom, this is 5th edition.
I think that there would be a lot of conflictions because reading the interviews, looking at a lot of the ideas that the OGs had, I know for a fact that the way that magic works, the way that abilities now work, the way that I think I would like to believe they like subclasses, that they would like how subclasses have gone, but in the way that the leveling, the abilities, and the individualized skills, I think that they would take issue because looking at like things like how they developed skill sets and proficiencies, but now how they kind of just became generalized like skills that kind of have some bonuses, but there's like a lot of them and kind of everybody gets like a good handful and most of them aren't used. Like, I don't know. I feel like they would see that has gone off the rails a little bit in terms of that. But I feel like on a grand scheme, they'd be overjoyed with what has become. We won't even talk about the business idea. It's not worried about what they think about Wizards of the Coast, but in general, I think they would be thrilled at how it's evolved, how it's come. I think that they would like it.
Quick insert. We've received a hydrate and a posture check.
Oh, hydrate and I am kind of slouching. Let me take care of those. Thank you.
I noticed myself as well.
I appreciate you. Hydration.
But no, I 100% agree. I think that there'd be a lot of.
I think they would really like the simplicity, like the ease of access. Again, I just don't think that they would like the what. I don't know to say it, but the watered downness it's become in terms of the complexity. It used to be like subclasses make it complex, but it used to be a lot more complex in like what you had to think about. I think now they would look at it, and I think, to be honest, I think the min-maxing, I know at least one of the OGs would probably grin at all of the min-maxers because he used to be a min-maxer himself. But I think it was the guy who did the first artwork. I think he was a big min-maxer. But I know like Gygax, they weren't really, they tried to outplay the min-maxing, and I think that they would be a little bit disappointed at how easy it is to basically build, you know, anything that you know, like that you want. Like the versatility is one thing, and but there is a point to where it's like there are too many things accessible to everyone. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, it's kind of like what happened to WoW over the years, where OG WoW was great, but then they started giving everybody else's abilities. So it was like, wait a second.
Yeah, where did the specificity go? Where did the
I think it was like
go?
The first thing that killed it was like rogues or assassins. They were the only ones that could like either go invisible and backstab, or only back. There was something that only they could do, but then they started giving it to other classes, and then it basically made the rogue completely useless, because otherwise it was useless. Like it had the worst stats in most other cases, but the few like abilities it had made it worth it. And then once you gave that ability to someone else, it was like, well, why would I play that then? And it just kind of killed the class. And it's like, I feel like that's how they would feel about some of this stuff, where like all of the ASIs, all of the feats that you can take, there's not enough separation of what you can't do. You know what I mean? There's just lists of shit you can do. But back in the day, you had a lot of more prerequisites. They locked a lot of things behind stuff, right? I think that's where they would take the most issue, is not so much how easy it is to min-max, because they would like all the options, but how easy it is to do anything you want. I think that might be where they would have an issue.
Yeah, and I get it. I do think it's very interesting how most, like, you could be a scrawny, like, zero strength, you know, bard, and you can still take the tough feat, you know what I mean? Like, just because I want to boost my HP, you know, like, it's very interesting to see how things progress the way they do, and why we like what we like, and why we've stuck with what we've stuck with. Like, I do think it's interesting, especially because though I came in at 2nd edition, like I came in during the age of 5th edition, like where it was gaining popularity. It was like towards the end of 4th edition. There were still some 4th edition laggers, you know, that were out there, but for the most part, most people had migrated to 5th edition and started creating content for it and stuff like that. And so that's mostly what I knew from the jump, right? And so, but coming from, this is what I created, this is what I intended in the first place, this is what, because we all homebrew stuff, and it is what we intended. We get out of it what we wanted to get out of it, you know? Right. And you and I talk about that every time we do a review, but like when these guys...
You just brought up another concept. Imagine explaining to the OGs, imagine explaining to them homebrew. Because they understood homebrew in the sense of like, oh, well, of course, like the whole game's but like explain it to me, because back in the day, like you talk about some of the old OG, like the older players, the veteran players that I've talked to, when they talk about how they used to play it, like with true all pen and paper, like they were drawing out their maps as it was being explained to them. Like everything was, there was nothing like pre-generated. Everything was done by the gaming group, right? And you go back to those time frames, right? And it's like, of course, everything. This is why I had, for the longest time, an issue with the word homebrew, because to me, it's like D&D is literally from your mind, but then it turned into this, no, it's all from the book. And it's like, back then, again, there was an idea of every last little detail. You usually only owned 1 or 2 books. You were lucky to have a monster manual outside of the DMG and a player's handbook, right? Yeah. So it's like, the idea to have all of that material feed everything you do was just kind of, you know, very foreign to me starting out. But imagine explaining that to them now, where it's like, no. Homebrew isn't like everyone narrates the game. Yes, the story is still created,
unique,
but try to explain to them like the section that homebrew is now, where it's like, well, here is all of the material that we have access to. Because remember, back in his day, it was like, well, here's the material you used to give. Here's the stack of official material people have. And then there's that group over there that likes to homebrew because people don't consider, you know what I mean? Like, so
it's not official, it's not balanced, it's not tried and tested by a million scientists in a lab somewhere.
But it's like, it is like a whole, like, try to explain that to them of what homebrew has become.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool, man. That's a good idea.
Very interesting.
Des says they got into the tail end of fourth, but the fourth edition red box. Okay. Was anybody able to get a group together? That sucks. But you did get a couple of the core fifth edition. That's good. I still don't even own anything of fifth edition yet.
I mean, you've done quite a bit in your Discord.
See, this is Des. This is exactly why we exist. We exist for you, right? For this exact reason. So Des says, I've run into people that are strictly official release material. I've been told I'm not playing real D&D by including original content made by myself or others. This right here, that exact sentence, Des, you can even look at it. I think we've talked about this multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
That exact sentence is exactly why this D&D discussions started.
It's the embodiment of Beyond the Book.
Exactly. That is literally why D&D discussions, and we started using the motto Beyond the Book here, is because that is exactly what happened to me when I started. Many, many years ago when I was a kid, I was introduced to D&D. I have a whole episode on this, but you know, TLDR, I met someone, they introduced me to D&D. He was an OG gamer. He was one of my camp counselors. Taught me everything that I wanted to know about it, but never got to game with him. Years later, tried to find people, and everybody was these like, no, you got to have these books. You got to know these books. You got to have all of these rule sets. And it wasn't the D&D he described to me, because he described him, his DM, a couple of his buddies, pen, paper, and a piece of grid paper, and them just going through a dungeon that they had to map themselves as their buddy was explaining it to them. Because there was no visuals. It was just purely, I explain where you go, and if you didn't write it down, well, you didn't remember it.
Now you're lost.
And it's like, and then he told me just all of these things about like how the game works and how they just would evolve it and use the story to their advantage. And then I get to all these people and they're just like, no, book. You need these rules. And that's what happened to me, Des. I didn't play. I didn't play my entire childhood. I didn't play until I was deployed in the military. Wow. You know, I didn't play until I met my DM, who I met him. He was like, did you ever play before? And I was like, no, but I explained my whole story. And then he explained the way that they game, which sounded exactly like the way that it always, had been in my mind. And then long story short, here we are. But no, that's exactly it. The reason why we are here today and why we are on episode 114.
That's right. 114.
It is simply because we wanted, we didn't even have homebrew review at that point. We just wanted to have a space, because I knew that there were people like you out there, like me, who have had these experiences, who have people that are so stickler for the rules as written that it almost makes the game lose its luster, because then you're just playing a script, or you're just playing what somebody else wants, but you're also just limited to all of these specifics and not really embracing the essence of what this game was all about, which is imagination.
100%. 100%.
That is the absolute core foundation of this game, is imagination. And if you're not allowed to use that outside of storytelling, it doesn't feel like D&D to me.
The only thing I'll say is this: I understand there are some scenarios in things like Adventures League where people want to be able to jump from table to table and have some sort of standard that they're all going by. Like, I get that mindset, but to say that you're not playing real D&D,
that's where I take issue.
That's where I take issue. Is like, an absolute. You could just say that's not the D&D that you want to play, but saying that's not real D&D, that is wild. Absolutely why I can't stand that, because they are ignoring the most obvious rule sets of the book. I mean, it's in every DMG that basically says that they're all just guidelines.
You know what I mean? That you were supposed to go and build upon this and do what you want with it.
Yes,
so,
all of it.
As you can see, I get heated off that topic. that is my topic right there. If I'm like ever out like public speaking, if we ever go to like a con or something, that's going to be the topic that gets me just like, oh hell no.
So how do you feel about those who say you're not playing real D&D?
Let me talk to you about some real D&D. Read every DMG, or at least like flip through every DMG, and then we'll start talking about like what's real D&D.
Wild.
Again,
Wild.
Like that idea that rules is written. It's like rules is written is just a starting point. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
That's not the whole race. But we have a couple updates for you guys. I was a little bit frazzled when we first started, but I think I'm back on track.
We on track
now that my brain has oxygen.
Very important.
Des says that, oh yeah, I left those groups instantly. I found this cool pirate class. Can anyone explain to me how it works? That's not real D&D. Bye. It's like, yeah, that's exactly it. Like, that's not real D&D. Well, I don't know what you're playing, but I don't want it. If that ain't real D&D,
exactly.
I don't want to play right D&D. Oh shit! Did I just nuke chat? Fuck! I think I just nuked chat.
I don't think so.
Did I not? Okay.
I still see everything.
Okay, I went to go grab my phone and my ring hit the side of my streamer, and the bottom left button right where I hit the corner was the nuke chat.
Wow.
So I thought my ring had like bumped. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Everything's good on this end. Cool. Thanks, Des. So yes, so we have a couple updates for you guys. So I did post a few for the subs in Discord. So if you guys want the sub only channel, you guys can get that if you guys sub, and then link your Discord and Twitch. But we have officially launched today. Everyone is officially now earning the in-game our stream currency. So y'all know that we have changed over the channel points. So we've changed that over to XP. So that's how you guys are getting, your emotes, your sound files, just the ways that you guys want to interact with us. Channel points are down there at the bottom in chat. We're calling those XP. Those have all been there for a few weeks now, but we have now developed our own stream currency. Of course, very fitting. I'm going to call them high points.
Of course.
So basically these are ways that y'all can earn for things like contests, giveaways, raffles, whatever we end up doing on the back end. If we want to do like little like betting things or whatever, this is going to be the currency y'all can do that with. If you follow any other streamers, I'm sure you guys have seen something similar, but this is going to be just something that we want to do as in terms of like if we want to do contests, raffles, if we want to do giveaways, when we want to do things with chat, like if we want to do gaming, with chats where you guys take on a D&D character and I DM for you, or anything else like that. These are going to be things that you can spend that on. So those are already active that you guys are getting them right now. And how those are basically working: if you're a standard viewer, you are going to get 3 every 10 minutes. Subs for our subscribers, you are going to get a ×3 multiplier, so you are going to get 9 every 10 minutes. For cheering, you get 10 for every 100 bits. There's also an equal for tipping, so for every $1 it's 10. If you subscribe, so every time you subscribe, that's going to be 25. So every new subscriber will have an additional 25 upon subscribing.
Out of curiosity, how do gifted subs work? Who gets is it the person who received the gift or the person who gave the gift?
I think it's going to be if I understand the career, the person who purchased the
That's
sub.
what I would think. Okay.
And then if you follow, you're going to get 5 right out the gate for following. So that's going to be kind of nice, not just watching, but yeah, if you drop us a follow. And then if we ever get raided, raiders will get 1.
Very nice.
So if they get rated often enough, maybe they'll be able to join a contest. You know what I mean? They don't end up following,
nice.
But yeah, just a few little ways to give back. I want to keep it low because I don't like contests where it's like 100 points a ticket, but I also don't want to do like 1 point a ticket, right? So
that's fair.
We want to keep it like easy numbers, but we want
like Sunday morning.
Yeah, but I also just don't want 1 every 10 minutes. It just feels kind of like you want to learn a little bit more. So those are now live, y'all. That is happening in the background. Nothing y'all need to do. It is just working. Ooh, just wrapped up another submission to a contest. Wedding theme, a groomsman paladin, the loved ones player race, and the bride class.
Oh,
That sounds dope, actually.
very nice.
I never even thought about like contests sound kind of cool, actually. I haven't even thought about like looking at what other people, not like running one, but like actually like looking at those kind of contests. That would be cool to see like some submissions.
That's interesting. Yeah, if you would
I wouldn't do this on like stream, guys. I'm not like saying I'm gonna go straight, go Discord snipe and
But that'd be
pull their stuff on
interesting.
stream, but just in general as a gamer, that sounds
where would you
dope.
find those?
Yeah,
That'd
like
be-
how did you find that, Des? Let us know. That sounds dope.
And if you want to link it in our Discord, that would be cool too.
Oh yeah. Drop it in the Discord. That way, we don't have to worry too much about like, again, not trying to snipe anybody's ideas. I'm just really interested in actually taking a look at that. So
Yeah.
that's another update, guys. So if you guys want to join the community at any point, you can hit !Discord in the chat, and you will get the Discord link for that.
Here, let me do it real quick.
Because it's just we're trying to do some new little things. I got some new fancy buttons. I got this button here for all of our socials. So if you guys want to follow us on any social platform, I think we're on everything but Snapchat. And I don't know if I'll I don't know. I might just grab it just to make sure I grab it. But yeah, we're pretty much everywhere else. So that's our link tree with all of our links. So I think that's all the major updates. Next week's update's got to get pushed to Friday because things in the mail are
Rude.
slow.
Disrespectful.
Slow mail is slow. So I have to wait for things to come before I can do our big announcement. But yes, next week on Friday, nothing should delay it after that. Unless, even if Kage's not here, I'm doing the damn announcement.
It's like it's
I don't
happening.
care if Kage's not here. I'm doing the announcement. There's a few D&D streamers that hold contests every couple months. Most notably King Starman and Dichotomy Games. Okay, note those, and we'll go take a look at them.
100%.
Because I definitely want to. I definitely want to at least just like watch, like the like how the contest unfolds, like how they review them and everything. Be cool to just see like what kind of things get submitted.
Yeah,
I like that idea of the wedding theme. That sounds really cool.
that is very cool.
All right, I think that was it. I think other than the we're going to be doing more things with the points, but I think command wise, I don't think there's anything else. Any other updates there? I think that was pretty much just it.
Okay.
All of our badges, everything else is live. So yeah, we're all good there. So
Groove-tastic.
you'll be posting the wedding. Oh, you'll be posting the wedding submission to the Discord. Thank you so much.
Heck yeah.
Submissions channel. There should be just a submissions channel for all of those. And it should be in the D&D Discord or the D&D discussions category, above the group above the community chat. That was the other thing that I wanted to mention too. Because now that we have the currency, now that we have high points, if y'all go into the channel point section, you will see first, second, and third options. So we have launched those. So when those get clicked on, they are worth 1 channel point each. Or 1 XP each, but those will get you for the first person to grab them. It gets you 15 for first, 10 for second, and 5 for third. So if you're in chat and you grab those when you first show up, you'll get some extra high points for contest raffles, and you can check out the leaderboard, so that you'll be able to like show up on the leaderboard and everything.
Dope. I like it. So
that'll probably be the only time I announce that. I think that's kind of like what I like to do. I like to just make one announcement, and then I just let everyone else find it if they weren't here for it. So
Fair enough.
that's for you guys.
Yep.
All right, but that is all the announcements we have. So I guess we can get into our topics for today. And I'm really excited about this. Like I said, I am super excited about this because I was so blown away looking at the history of Bard and realizing that this was just such a cutaway topic that I wasn't going to be able to summarize as quickly as I wanted to.
Right.
So, pushed it off to this week and it's going to be fine. So yeah, like I said, guys, just saw the change places redeem. That one is definitely going to be a weird one, but it's going to be a thing.
We'll make it work.
We try to be really interesting, right? I didn't want to do the standard stuff that you see everywhere, right? But I also didn't want stuff that like isn't us. I didn't want things that are too memey, and I didn't want things that are going to stand out as like that doesn't fit our vibe.
Yeah.
So I was really trying to think of like what are some things that chat would enjoy that won't really throw off what we're doing, but and we're gonna have stuff more and more time. Like, well, I would love to get like a big foam dice that we have to roll. Like,
that would be cool.
Like stupid stuff
That
like
would be
that.
cool.
But until then, it's like, what do we have access to, right? I have hats, and we both sit across on different cameras. Like, those are two things that we can mess around with right here, right now. One of us having to be muted or certain words not being able to be said for certain
right.
Little fun, dumb stuff. Like, those are things that will, I think, enhance it. Because, man, especially the word, like, you can't say this for like 5 minutes. Like,
Especially if it's something we specifically say all the time, which I have some words that are like that.
Disrespectful.
That's one of them.
All right, well, let's get into our topic for today. So yeah, if you guys didn't see last week's, I definitely suggest watching both of these in tandem because it'll make a little bit more sense. But otherwise, excuse me, let's get into it. Oh man, that went down the wrong hole.
Terrible.
So as always, Kage, we talked a little bit before that, but what do you know about prestige classes? Or before today, did you even know? Have you
Before you brought it up,
have you heard of it? There we go.
Not in terms of D&D. Before you brought it up to me the other day when you first mentioned what happened last stream, I had not heard of prestige classes in D&D. I didn't know, like, I'd heard about it in like video games context, like
prestiging,
you
right?
can prestige and stuff like that. You can like go up a level, you can reach higher heights, but
or the prestige where you reset down to 1, but you get to keep a bunch of stuff.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
Exactly.
Because that's what I always thought about prestiging, is it's the whole you give up some stuff, but you get to keep others, but you go back to level 1. Which this is not that. You don't have to go back to level 1.
Right. But yeah, so outside of that, nope. I was not familiar with prestige in D&D. So I'm very curious. Like, I have an idea of the direction we're going, but I'm very curious to see what it looked like and actually implementation wise and how long it lasted throughout.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I mean, I'm guessing it started way back in the day, but like, did it last in 2nd edition? Was there any remnants in 3rd, anything like that? So we'll take a gander, but yeah, I'm excited.
That is exactly what we have today. So I guess we'll begin. So prestige classes, the history of prestige classes was very fascinating. Again, I found this in my deep dive with the history of the bard class. So prestige class is very interesting because technically it didn't start as prestige class. What we know is prestige class came later.
Okay.
So this is why it was kind of weird, because I found this out like right away and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? Because you see it referenced, people talk about it, and it's like, it's those, terms where it gets used, new terms come out, but people are still playing the older editions, so they adopt those terms, right? Kind of like with I just lost the idea, but like 5th edition, certain 5th edition mechanics that don't exist that were first brought in 5th edition, but if you play older editions, they work really, really well when you bring them over. It's like, oh yeah, that does work. That should have been over here.
Yeah.
So it was really interesting because I found out that 1st edition had this oddity of classes, this selection of classes that weren't called anything. They were just a higher tier of classes that required a bunch of prerequisites to get to, pre-adventuring essentially. And those would later become prestige classes. So we're not at prestige classes yet, but we begin in AD&D 1st edition. Did I pull up the right one? Oh yeah, so with the prestige classes in 1st edition, again, we didn't have the name down, but we did have a small list of classes that had very specific requirements, or what we used to call prerequisites, to get into. Most of these required some form of multi-classing in order to get there. And we've already talked about that in our history of multi-classing episode, where in 1st edition, multi-classing was you could go with a class up to a certain point. You'd have to stop being that class go do another class starting from number 1, kind of like what we were talking about prestiging.
Yeah.
Get up to an equal level, and then you could start combining the abilities again. But it was a full lockdown until you became equalized, right? So multi-classing, having that as a prerequisite already kind of sets a high bar. And we learned from Bard, again, the first minimums that you had to reach were level 5 in each. But you couldn't reach level 7, higher than level 7 in fighter, and then higher than level 9 in rogue or thief. So it's like you had this bare minimum of 5 and 5, but you couldn't go over 7 or 9. So that's where you get the 16, right? So if you really wanted to max out the Bard, you had to go to level 7 and level 9 to get the best Bard you could.
Interesting.
But interesting. Yeah, it's again, I couldn't find specifics on how or why they decided to add these classes in. I don't know if it was a late edition and then again just didn't have time, or if it's my idea where they just realized that these would not be valuable at low levels based on how the gameplay worked in first edition. So speculation abound. But they did find so let's see, how many do we have here? 1, 4. So there were 4 total classes that were these fantasy classes.
Okay.
There was 4 total in first edition. Of course, we have the Bard. As we all know, we went through that one last week. And this is kind of, this is I think they're the brainchild for this whole concept. Like I think this is where it all kind of started the idea, because like I mentioned before, you had to go through fighter, minimum level 5 up to level 7, then go to a thief, minimum level 5 up to a level 9, and then you could become a bard. So basically considered a late game class, obviously. But that's, yeah, it had, I couldn't find why. Like I couldn't find an explanation or any like researcher like interviews with them about the brainchild behind it, right? Like what was their purpose or anything else like that. So some like the prerequisites that you had for Bard as well, where the for Bard specifically, a character had to meet specific ability requirements: strength, dexterity, and charisma. Strength, dexterity, and charisma had to be 15 or higher.
Wow.
Intelligence at least a 12, and wisdom at least a 10.
On all your stats, you had prerequisites? That's wild.
Right?
Okay.
So it's not just a late game class. It's not just grinding through 2 other classes, but you also have to have all of that stacked. I didn't even talk about that last week because that was just too much. So wait,
one more time. It was strength,
dex, and charisma need to be 15 or higher.
Wow.
Yeah. So and then and so here's the funny thing too, because it's also considered like a druidic study. Like they use like the term druidic study because even though you were a bard, you had access to druid spells. And the idea of the bard was supposed to be a representation of your fighting prowess, your abilities as a thief, but also your knowledge of druid magics.
I mean,
exactly right. It's like, okay, sure.
Get you some. All right.
But that was that one. Some of the class features, we went through a bunch of this, last week, so I'm not going to go through like all of these ones again. But you were able to do spell casting with druid spells, and again, I told you this off stream. But that was one of my favorite things about doing the history of the bard. It was finally the one that changed every single edition. It was so fun to see.
That's very cool.
But yeah, started out with spell casting druid spells. They got this thing called Bardic Lore, which was basically a precursor to what we now know as Bardic Knowledge. Mm-hmm. But it was specific. It was weird in a different way because it was basically a lot more lofty. It was a lot more of a, well, yeah, you're a bard, so you're gonna know things. So it was very much a, hey, DM, can I know this now? Like, it was very more of a should they, shouldn't they? There was no hard and fast rules like we have now about roles. It was quite literally a, well, you're a bard, so just remember you know stuff. and then however it comes up, it comes up.
Got you.
And then they have all, their charms, their thief skills, their, weapon stuff, and all of that. So yeah, that's basic bard. We've already gone through that one. The other one that I thought was kind of interesting, because I didn't know how long ago this particular, what we would think of as a subclass now. I didn't know how long this one had lasted, or how long it had been around. But the other one is illusionist. So
bard and then illusionist.
Yes, illusionist was as another one of these. There's 4 of them total. So the illusionist was basically the magic user subclass version, right? And it's probably the least prestige of the classes in terms of it's more of what we would associate to a subclass than a prestige class.
Okay.
It's not quite as elusive, but it is meant to represent a specialty. So it was, there's precursors to having it, but it wasn't meant to be like a upgraded, class. Like, you know what I mean?
Got you.
Doggos. Oh, 5 bits. Thank you so much, Hecate, for the 5 bits. I appreciate it.
Thank you, good sir.
So with these prerequisites, because this all focus on obviously illusion spells. So the prerequisites for the illusionist, you had a intelligence score of at least 15 and a dexterity of 16. So intelligence 15, dexterity of 16.
Okay.
And it made it one of the more challenging ones just because like dexterity of 16 is, even for a magic user, is pretty high.
Yeah. Especially in these older editions where you're not just upping your stats every other level.
Like these weren't things that you decided late game to do. These were usually ones that you were like, I'm going to go for that. You know what I mean? Like you needed to know early on you were going to go for illusionist to bother with putting a 16 there. Class features, they had their own spell list in first edition. Separate for magic users, and then they pretty much had like 95% illusion spells with like 1 or 2 utility, and I think like 1 combat spell. Obviously needs to do something other than just illusion, but
right.
It was heavily stacked. But again, they were cut off from the other magic list too, so you were pretty much stuck making sure you were doing it creatively.
Fair enough.
But they were also capped at 7th level. 7th level spells. They can only cast up to 7th level.
Got you. 7th level spells. Okay.
And similar bards were also capped at 6th level.
Interesting.
I remember that from last week. So yeah, kind of almost like what we would call a half caster now.
Okay.
Let's see. Illusion and deception were their main, masteries of magic, creating phantasm, guises, and other illusionary spells. And the thing about this particular one is why it's like not the most prestige is to be good with this class, you had to be creative. You know what I mean? These weren't the illusion spells, especially even nowadays, right? The illusion spells have effects, a little bit more specific effects, and especially the way that people run combat, they kind of just do it to the letter and then just, that's all they're going to do. But back then, kind of similar to what we talked about before, with like the legend lore, that wasn't bardic knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It was much more of this is an illusion spell, but how is this going to benefit you? Prove to me it's going to be beneficial. It wasn't really laid out, when you have like phantasmal force and it's supposed to be their biggest fear. But what does that mean right now? You know what I mean? Like
how are we playing this into the situation, and how's it going to be actually valuable? So what if it actually just randomly shows up out of nowhere theoretically?
Right. Are you doing it before combat, during combat? Are you trying to use it as a surprise? Like, so it was a lot more focused on the character understanding the situation and working with the DM's narrative to make these spells effective instead of just time. Because nowadays I feel like magic's more about timing in D&D, like especially in 5th edition. When you're looking at magic in combat, a lot of it's more about timing. What spells when? Back then it was more of explain to me how this spell is useful. Like explain to me with the narrative that you've been presented, work this spell into the situation to make it work, right? And I kind of like, again, you see a lot of that in High Point when you game with me, is that's what I feed off of. We have the rules for the basis of a bare minimum, but I want you to work with the narrative so we can build off of it and actually talk about like what magic actually does. Because again, gets a little boring when magic feels cookie cutter. When everyone who ever used that spell looks the exact same, you start to question, is magic special, right?
Yeah.
But when you can start to use magic personally and separate it from, you know, Joe's magic over there. And again, it doesn't have to drastically change, right? Like the idea of like, there's cantrips that you can, you know, light fires with, right?
Yes.
You can just like light a campfire with. But the difference between just mechanically saying, well, everyone has that cantrip, you all light fires. I'm like, so you're telling me that if I lined up 1,000 people and I just have them come through, light a fire, and I douse it, light a fire, douse it, I'm going to see 1,000 of the same exact identical thing. Now, one person's going to have a different color, a different size. Now, you know, one person's not going to shoot it out of the finger and the next person's going to throw it on the ground. The other person's not going to spit it. Even though the exact same outcome happens, you're telling me that out of 1,000 people, not one of their magics slightly alters to be unique to them? That's where I draw a problem with like the mechanical approach to spellcasting is there's got to be a relationship, and it doesn't necessarily have to change a lot.
Would you say that in the case of wizards, it would be that way, specifically because that's how they learned it, kind of like Harry Potter style?
Well,
or
you mean traditional wizards?
Yes, like book wizards. Like I learned it. And that's
where the thing. That's where again. That's how I like to think of it. Right, written spells typically are like recipes. If you don't deviate, 100 people can cook that recipe and
get the exact same result.
But even at the same time, everyone knows if you cook the recipe 100 times, you're going to get deviations, right? But that's why I like to explain that if it's also like consistency. A mage adventurer will be casting that spell more times themselves than a class of mages will the day they learn the spell. You know what I mean? They'll all learn this spell during that week, cast it, you know, up until the point they can cast it successfully, and then they move on to the next spell. The adventurer casts that spell almost every day or every combat, right? So there's a difference in my idea of like, yes, there are cookie cutter spells that if you follow it to a T, you're going to get the same outcome. But if you're working that spell, if you've memorized, if it's literally part of you, why isn't it slightly more unique?
I am curious about like, is there like something to be said for like a spell shorthand, or like somebody who just learns to like do like a quick cast of something, you know, and it gets the same general effect, even if
there are feats and abilities that I allow spellcasters to gain in High Point that do that, you know, because again, I feel like there's ways to work with that, right? And again, that's where using, again, and I've talked about this before, sometimes I use mechanics not necessarily for direct player interaction. Like you may not interact with that particular mechanic, but I have that in there so later when you want to do something, I have that as a foundation to build off of. So when you want to make your magic slightly unique, I already have that pre-built in of, yes, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. So once you start to, again, we talked about this with Dov's build, you know, the bending class will have the staples. They'll have specific things, but kind of the way that, you know, and this is actually kind of fun because we've talked about, you know, a lot of the older editions now, where the older editions are showing us that they were more vague in their rule sets. They were like, hey, here's an idea. You guys figure it out. Figure it out with your DM.
Right.
And you notice that that's kind of how I built. You know, when we built Dov's bending class, it was much more of a, well, I'm not going to tell you what abilities you have and every other person's going to have. I'm going to tell you what you can manipulate at the sizes you can manipulate it at. Like the Ice Monarch, similar to the Ice Monarch, right? At a certain level, you can create this much ice. And at a next level, you can create structures with that ice. And at this level, you can create a staircase with that ice. What those structures
look like, how you implement them, that's up to you.
That's basically what I gave Dov, but with even less information. It was, I gave you an amount, a distance, and a material. Everything beyond that is player specific. And I love rules like that. I would much rather have a class say, here's an amount, distance, and material you can control at these levels. And just end it. Because what I come up with will be infinitely more fun and narrative driven than anything that would come from a book. Because then I'd have to shoehorn it in, right? If you're given too much directive, you have to shoehorn that in. Whereas if you get this little bit of a leeway to feel it out, you get to get the same outcome you should have with everybody else, but it feels like you got there your own way.
Interesting.
So that's I love that approach when I hear things like this when we talk about first edition of, hey, we kind of just left it up to the player to make sure the spell can work in this situation and convince the DM that you should get, the result, right?
Right.
I see why I'm very like influenced by that.
That's very fair.
Harry Potter, you being the sorcerer, Harry Potter who comes from a long line of magic users and inherited his power from his parents.
It's kind of fair.
No, he actually, Des is 100% right, and I can prove it. Harry Potter did magic before he ever went to Hogwarts.
Yes.
Before he ever knew anything about wizards, before he ever even got the letter, he was doing magic. He is a sorcerer. Des is 100% right. He is not a wizard. Hagrid was wrong. Maybe that was the whole point. But think about it. Dumb fan theory here. What if that was the lie to get it all started? What if you told him he was a wizard? Because if you told him he wasn't, what if they actually told him what he really was? And that could take him off the dark path. What if you didn't tell him he was a wizard, so he had to go to the good school? Isn't there
a whole system, one of the movies called The Sorcerer's Stone?
Yeah.
So is that like a different type of magic user in their world? Because like, or is that
that's
just
alchemy? That's just it's part of their magic. It's just
so that's
another
okay.
Because like they have potions too and all of that. So that's just part of their thing. But no, good point, Des. Like I actually never thought about it that way. But
yeah, no, it's very valid.
But then again, one step, I know Des just said shouldn't have opened this can of worms, but we're here now. Technically, they're all wrong. It wasn't just Hagrid. They're all fucking wrong. Because remember, all wizards have to come from some sort of a bloodline or have magical abilities. That's why they called muggles.
That's what I'm saying. If you're talking about everybody else as a muggle, like clearly you think that it's a bloodline thing.
Right? And all the muggles, the only ones that can do magic are the real wizards because they're the only ones who have to fucking study for it. They're not the ones that can do it naturally. They actually had to figure it out. So Hermione is the only damn wizard in that whole fucking place. Everybody else is just a sorcerer.
Wild. Just wild.
But see, that would be such a cool... So think about this. This would be a very subtle long game thing. Because, like, if you want to do like those campaigns that they unfold as you go, like you think it's just, oh, let's go get this baby EG, and then behind him was something bigger, and then you keep unfolding it. You do one where you have it like built into the society where you treat everything like normal. You call people wizards and all that until you find out enough information in the background where there are no wizards. They're all sorcerers. They all got rid of the wizards like 100 years ago and have just slowly taken over. But to not like let anyone know, they just, adopted the term. But just like, imagine that you think you're at a place full of wizards. Like you yourself are a player who chose to be a real wizard who casts spells, who has to memorize them, right? But then later you become 10th level and then you find out everyone here, all your teachers, all the staff are actually sorcerers. Not a single one of them have to memorize spells. Can you just imagine like the mindfuck of that like campaign of just like, wait a minute, what? It would be very complicated, I would say, to get people to be interested in that kind of a reveal. But I think it would be an interesting payout if you could actually get the buy-in for like why that place was so important to the campaign and why the idea of they're all actually not what they say they are. Like, why that would matter would just be so interesting. Like,
you know how they did like the retelling of the Wizard of Oz with Wicked, and it was just like the whole world from a different perspective. I'd be very interested to see if you could do something like all of Harry Potter from a different perspective or something like that. Just kind of like rework it a little bit,
The keto magic from Bleach. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love the keto magic. I love basically everything from Bleach. I have a lot of Bleach implemented into High Point. Specifically, like, not really how they do the Spirit Realm thing, because that's more of the D&D pantheon that I have. Right. There is a pantheon that is basically like that. There is a deity that essentially controls a soul society of their own and makes their own generals. And then I do have the taking between Bleach, because I do have like versions of Bankai in my realm.
We did talk about that.
We talked about that. We've talked about the weapons having intelligence comes from multiple factors. I've used Bleach. I've also used Soul Eater and a couple other influences to build sentient weapons and things of that sort. So yeah, good point. All of this is definitely, definitely in good company. Even funnier mindfuck, imagine going to the wizard school, struggling for years, not being able to keep up with your peers, only to find out that you're a warlock. Well, you wouldn't be able to find out that you're a warlock unless you like inherited the debt from your parents, right? Unless they were warlocks and when they died, somehow you inherited the pact and didn't.
That could be a thing. That could be a part of the original pact. Like the pact was with your bloodline.
I'm just thinking of the mindfuck to throw that on a player and not tell them. Can you imagine like almost forcing a multi-class on a character but never letting them know? Like, oh my god, start them out. They think they're level 1, but you've just basically locked like 5 levels of warlock away. And it's not like imagine that. Imagine like throwing that where.
Or imagine if you could literally allow them, like say that there was some old wizard who like did something to himself and he like literally transcended into like weirdly like connected with the weave, and you're able to basically flavor the entire warlock class as a wizard. So like you can still pick wizard spells. You could make them believe that they're wizard for so long until they recognize that at a certain point their power doesn't come from where they think it comes from.
No, because you still need the pact part. Like that's the problem, is like you would still need the like the pact part for the warlock. But what would be really interesting is to okay, so what you do the next, if you want to throw this on a player, I don't know if you should throw this on a player as a secret, but if you wanted to, the next time someone chooses to be a sorcerer, you let them continue on as a sorcerer, but just make notations of anything that would be major for a warlock to have. Or do this to a character who doesn't have magic, who's like a fighter or whatever, right? They chose something, they don't have magic, but you make things happen in game to them. They have slightly more luck. They seem to have just like little magical things happen up until a point to where they go and seek it out. And then they find out that they have a Patreon that was bestowed upon them like by their parents, but they don't have all the powers unlocked because they haven't like accepted the deal or whatever, right? Like, I don't know, that would be a really interesting concept to have this, to like have either the character or the player not know that they're indebted, right? So they have some sort of power that they don't know how to use or how to control because they don't realize where it's coming from.
Interesting.
That would be so fascinating to like work in. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on that. Level of trust needed between player and DM for secret levels of warlock. Yeah,
it is. That's a very real thing. It's like if you're trying to like build a whole character and your DM just decided no, your character's not doing what you wanted it to do. It's gonna do what I wanted to. Like that can go very wrong very quickly.
Oh, that's dirty. Oh, part of the pact is that they seal away the memory of the pact. That's fucking dirty.
Have you ever heard, I can't watch it because it's on freaking Apple TV, but there's this show called Severance or something like that. And the entire concept of the show is you sign up for this job, and a part of your signing up for this job is you literally separate your brain. Oh, and so like when
it sounds like they stole that from Paycheck.
I don't know if I've seen Paycheck, but
Paycheck was I think it was Ben Affleck in that one. Basically the exact same concept. A company would hire the most brilliant mind. They'd put him in a room for like 6 months with a piece of technology, and they would be like, hey, your job, deconstruct it and re-engineer it. Like reverse engineer this new technology from our competitor and make it better. He'd have 6 months in a blind room. He would have no contact. They would do all of that. He would come out 6 months later with the new technology. Then they'd wipe his memory. So what they would do is they would like implant him with like a chemical before he went in the room. When he comes out, they implant him with a second chemical, locks all of the memories he has. So he has no idea what he did. So he walks out of the room, gets an injection, forgets the last 6 months, but gets a $10 million check and goes,
I do remember that, but I'll say this is different in the sense that this is every day. So you are going back and forth to this place, not knowing what's happening.
But you just know you have to.
You know, like, this is your job. This is what you're supposed to do. Like, my entire idea of why I don't remember any of that is because that part of my life is separate from the rest of it.
Gotcha.
And so, like, there are certain things that end up happening where he starts leaving himself messages for himself and like letting himself know things that he probably shouldn't know because you're not supposed to know any of this stuff. They're supposed to, and so it's very interesting concept, but it kind of feels like being able to peel away the knowledge of your pack.
So cool to do that to a player like mid game where you're just leaving them little clues and they think that they're off on an adventure to find out it's them leaving the clues. Oh, okay. We got way off topic, but that would be wild. That is something that we're gonna have to talk about. Where were we? We were at the illusionist. Oh yeah, we were talking about just their specific. Last we left off, we were just talking about like the specifics of why they were not quite a strong prestige class, but because they were focused on illusionary spells, it was really more about their creativity. It leaned into being a creative character or a player in order to make these spells work with the narrative. Hey, steal all away. That's what we're here for. We're here to produce, and by produce, we put out ideas. So use away. Playing as an amnesiac, that would be cool. Oh yeah, I love like games like that. I've always wanted to run. I haven't yet, but I've always wanted to run one of the games where I pre-make all the character sheets and then I hand out blanks.
Oh, and then they like
just
they
discover
slowly
as they go.
Yeah.
I kind of like that idea. Let's see. So illusionists, kind of like magic users, all other magic users had a D4 hit dice, so glass cannons, but even worse because their cannons were confetti. So they were smoke and mirrors, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And they were limited to basically the same as magic users in terms of armor and weapons. So basically they got nothing. They got like no weapons, no armor. They were just in the back. So again, really, really creative. You weren't doing damage. You were having to basically distract, maneuver. You were having to do a lot more like battlefield control, but not in the standard way that you would expect for like usefulness, right? You're not holding characters down. You're not dealing damage. You're not protecting anybody. You're just kind of trying to control what the enemy thinks is going on in the battlefield.
Fair.
You'll like this next one. The third class that was locked away with this primordial prestige classes is the assassin.
The assassin, okay.
Yes, this
very
was
cool.
Obviously a prestige or a later one of thief. And basically it's supposed to be the more because D&D back then was much more focused on, this was a hero game. You were a group of heroes. Assassin was to give the more seedy players a slightly evil tint without taking away the hero aspect. So this was their way of garnering a little bit more of the, fringe gameplay.
Sure.
Which you would call nowadays just normal gameplay, right? You call it murder hobo, they called it assassin.
I'm assuming there was some sort of thief prerequisite in here.
Yeah, we're about to get to the prerequisites. But their whole specialization was stealth, poison, and precise killing. So they wanted to hone down the thief into more of these like specific categories of how you're actually gonna, take care of the job. The prerequisites, your ability scores for prerequisite. No, so this was not one that you had to. This did not have a class prerequisite. This one you could get right out the gate. So this one didn't require additional
levels.
This was just straight out an addition they made to an alternative to the thief.
Okay,
so it could be a thief or the assassin. But you did have to have a dexterity score of at least 12. I guess their idea was it's slightly more specialized than thief, but it made it accessible. I don't know. I think that you would have made that 14 to like really nail down that this is specialized. It's a little weird that they made that so easily acceptable, but
I'm assuming because it was really hard to get something of a 14 at first level. And so if you are getting this a lot earlier, then it's a lot harder to,
because that makes sense why the bard was so high, because you were level 10 to 16. By that point, you could have taken an ASI.
I don't know.
They didn't have ASIs.
Yeah,
back then.
like there's
But
probably
there were
ways. Yeah. So you'd have to go adventure to find out, to figure out how to boost your whatevers. I don't know if there were what did you call them? What are those things that you would get? Proficiencies.
Yeah.
Proficiencies. Maybe there's some proficiencies you could take that would boost some of your stats or something like that.
Yeah. So for the assassin, the hit die was the same as a thief, so it was a d6. So the assassin had its own version of backstab, which is this is the cornerstone of the assassin, was its own version of backstab. The difference between it and the thief's, though, is it had higher multipliers at higher levels. So the assassin would deal much more damage, more quicker, basically. Like the more you leveled up, you would basically be outperforming the thief in backstab quickly. I think like by level 4 or 5, you're already like nearing double the damage.
That's definitely incentive to go this route.
And then of course you also had, on top of backstab, you had something called assassination attempt.
Okay.
And basically this was so where you have backstab, where you had the condition where you can't be seen, right? Like they can't be aware of you, but you could then hide and still be able to get backstab after the fact. This one was a little bit more to where they couldn't be aware of you at all. So like it would have been like you can't have been seen and then go hide. They would still be aware of you, so you could still get your backstab off, but assassination required absolute being unaware of you.
Now, does that mean being unaware that you exist, or being unaware that it is you type deal? Like, could you be in disguise and right in front of them, or did you have to be like literally?
Well, this would still also account for they can't see the attack coming. So they basically, you would have to be completely in some situation that you could, again, first edition, describe that they would not see it coming.
Got it.
So it kind of goes hand in hand with
fair.
backstab, but this one it's a little bit more scrutinized in the sense of it's not just they couldn't see it coming, they can't even know that you weren't even here.
See, this is something that I have wanted to exist in 5th edition for a long time. Like, I don't know if this can be like a feat or just like a certain.
I think a subclass deserves this. There needs to be
something, because like there is an assassin subclass, but it sucks.
Yeah,
and there's nothing in there that allows you to do an attempted assassination. The only thing that they have is a feature called assassinate that just gives you an auto crit. But that an auto crit is not an assassination. That sounds more
like what 5th edition would do.
But like being able to just like boom, like if they're asleep or whatever.
So the assassination attempt, as long as they were completely unaware of you, you had to make 2 successful rolls. You had to make a successful hit attack roll, so it was a little bit higher than a standard attack roll, and you had a percentile check.
Okay.
And if you made both of those successfully, it was an insta-death.
How hard was this percentile check?
It was usually left up to the DM on the situation. So it's usually more likely like less than like 20% usually.
Okay.
But it's again fully on the DM on, if he's asleep, versus if he's in the middle of a crowd versus if it's just you and him and you're in the shadows. There's probably situations, but I do like this. The assassination attempt was an insta kill. It was just done. Enemy over. I don't care.
Yes.
And this is the point we talked about before. Like power word kill isn't great. If you have the ability to inflict a mortal wound on someone, I don't care how much HP they have. This is why we talk about HP is not a direct representation of physical damage, because I'm sorry, but unless you have some sort of magical defense, a slit throat is a slit throat. It's a slit throat. So, getting shot in the heart is going to hurt the same on anyone. HP is a representation of more than pure physical damage. This is what's missing, right? These opportunities. And this is why I wanted to do like what I talked about in High Point, is doing that like double crit because this is cool for someone like a specialized class, but I do want anyone to be able to have that, where we talked about before, where being able to do like the critical blow or the final blow, right? Where you can call it at any point. And it's like nope, if you get this off, don't care how many points he has, it's done. It's a fatal blow. I love the mechanic, but it's really hard to implement. How is it going to work, right? We've already talked about that on stream. So But I agree with you. It needs it in 5th edition. I say we rewrite Assassin. Let's make our own Assassin subclass.
I think that would be very cool.
We also had poison use for the Assassins. They could use poison on their weapons. And it was a little bit risky, though. Because I guess technically back in those days, like in 1st edition, most of the game settings, poisons were highly illegal.
That's fair.
So narratively, so not dangerous as in there wasn't a mechanic to like
you're gonna
yourself.
yeah.
But in game wise, if you used it and got caught, it was extremely risky because it was devastatingly illegal. Yeah. And you could mess up your party, you could derail your whole campaign. So you can tell, you can hear it in just these rule sets, right? Like, you were a poisoner, but be mindful, it's highly illegal. Like, that is a narrative driven detriment to build that character build, but you do not see stuff like that in 5th edition. You know what I mean? You don't see the built-in prejudices against things like this. And I feel like that's some of the reasons why rules as written players feel a little bit detached, is because you miss out on some of these nuances.
Yeah.
When you're going too much with the rules and you're missing out on the idea that right there was the rule. Use at your own risk, not because there's an in-game mechanic, but because the DM can decide a guard saw you and got away, and now you're the most wanted man in town. And you can't walk into any bar without immediately, getting jumped for the reward money, right? Like, I love that is the push instead of, the detriment is if you roll a crit, you poison yourself. A crit fail, right?
Right.
That's what people expect nowadays. I kind of prefer this older method. But I've already mentioned that many, many times. Des also wants that for 5th edition, being able to, and that's the other thing too. In terms of like sleeping creatures, right? I don't understand why more DMs don't allow for, if you've stealthed up to a sleeping creature, have at it, have your way, whatever you like. At that point, if you want to wake them up, if you want to tie them up, if you want to, outright take care of them, if you want to wake them up for a fight, like whatever you want to do, dude, you snuck up to them and they're asleep. What am I? Oh, they've magically awoken for no reason.
No, that's very true.
I hate that. I hate you get up to him and it's like crit. You get up to him and just as about to slit his throat, he wakes up. Why? This isn't, no, I had a nat 20. Shut up, he's dead. Like, I've been there. It's annoying.
Wow.
Let's see. What else do we have? Disguises and infiltration is also another skill set that the assassin had. Having access to the disguise skill, forgery, and infiltration, which were all skill sets.
Okay.
And making them masters of espionage. So really getting in places, gathering information. Infiltration was really fascinating too. I actually tried to make a infiltrator class with Vixie once upon a time.
I think I remember you guys talking to me about that once forever ago.
The whole idea behind it was really crazy, but basically again, a lot of these weren't really like set mechanics, but the infiltrator, like the mechanics behind the infiltrator feat or skill set for this was not just like, it was knowing weak points, what wall you could jump, being able to monitor guard positions, like you just innately, being able to talk your way in or appear as staff just to like get in a back door, watching how things work and being like, oh, I've never seen a single staff member go through that door. That's probably the main door. Their door is probably around the side. The infiltrator class was all just about not just knowledge, but it was also like the ability to use that knowledge.
Right.
But again, it was all creativity based. It was all, you can infiltrate, you know how to get into places, but how are you going to do that? If you're trying to get into a place that has a kitchen, well, I want to go through the kitchen, I want to use the staff. That's cool. But are you trying to get on the roof? Are you trying to go through a vent? Are you trying to go through the garden? Are you trying to hop a fence? These are all the things that the infiltrator aspect would gain insight, similar to how like the bard would just have knowledge of things if they asked and rolled correctly.
Interesting. I like this. I'm not gonna lie. So like in my realm, because my players are heavily involved with crafting that world, because like I said, what they touch is what they do. Like in certain scenarios, like I almost give them a limited amount of narrative control to like articulate, hey, almost like, you know, how do you want to do this type deal, you know? But just like, hey, how do you want to do this infiltration? If they want to go through the kitchen, well, guess what? There's a kitchen. Yeah, you can go through there. I like having them, because a lot of the times, again, especially when you have good players that are of the same mindset as you as a DM, and I think you guys get to learn each other as you play together. Like, you can see the direction that they would go with things, see how things would work. And I feel like with care, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible.
Yeah. Also, what's really interesting too about the assassin is for the thieving skills. They did have the thieving abilities like pickpockets and pick locks and all of that, but it wasn't really intended for that. Like, the build wasn't focused on those because they really wanted to lean in on the like the stealth aspects. So you had the thieving abilities, but they bonused you more towards like stealth, hiding, sneaking, the assassin part, not so much the stealing part.
That's fair.
And let's see. So, and yeah, the whole purpose behind the assassin was they, you know, someone who wanted to play a thief that wasn't just like your Aladdin character, you know, your Aladdin hero.
Yeah.
Someone that basically who wanted to play on the borderline of morally acceptable. Like, this was I want to be evil while still being a hero.
Yeah.
And this was their way of doing that, and balancing it out. You know, not only being able to take out targets, but, you know, part of the infiltrator is like gathering intel. So it was really utilized to like get into a place, sneak around, get some intel, come back out for the party to then go do stuff with it, which is really great because I think that's what a lot of people try to use the thief for. So it's kind of nice that they made like a specified one, because sometimes the thief, it was the class to use for that purpose, but it may not have been the character to use for that purpose.
Right.
So this was more of a, you can actually get that character involved with it. And yeah, I really like it because unlike the thief, this one, the thief was more about like, I feel like when you played the thief, it was more about what's right in front of you, like taking advantage of the opportunities. This was a lot more about strategic planning and
looking ahead into the future.
Building. Yeah.
Okay.
This was much more of that, which again, I feel like the earlier editions try to get us to do more, right? It was a lot less about focusing on, you know, look at the book, look at your character, look at the skills, and then what order you're going to do everything in. This one was much more about building that narrative into what was going to happen.
I definitely agree with that for sure.
Oh, the forgery kit. Yeah, it says don't underestimate the forgery kit. And that's the thing, right? A writ, a letter of marque, forging. I mean, sometimes forging a ring, a seal. Yeah, no, anything that you can get your hands on. One of my favorite stories, I think I've mentioned this one on stream too, but one of my earliest gaming stories that I remember is talking with someone who was really, really important, and they sent me on a mission to go like gather something, right? And I had this slip, this like the note that basically told the people I was here to pick it up.
Right.
And it had his signature on it to basically tell him like, here, to give this to them, there's my seal. You know, if they question you, there's, you know, this will tell them that you're here for me. But the funny thing is, they didn't take it off of me. My DM specifically didn't require that they took it off of me. The slip. I just showed it to them, and then I said I put it back in my pocket, and I said, okay, here's the package. And I held on that thing for fucking like literally in game and out of game years, because my mindset was I could forge that guy's signature, and I think I used it once or twice on like just trying to like flash it, almost kind of like, you know, the FBI badge of just like I'm here with him, and just hope they see this seal and just be like, I'm here with this guy. So it's like, it's crazy stuff like that where forging and stuff like that is, you have to understand how to look past what the book tells you how to use it, and how to think, you know, and how to go beyond the book, go beyond what it tells you, and think about what it is that you're doing. Like, what are you actually dealing with that's going to make that work? And then the last of the 4 prestige classes is the druid.
The druid, yes.
Not the prestige classes, but the first edition high level classes.
Right.
So the druid was technically so crazy. So the bard was technically a druidic knowledge person, right? They had druidic knowledge, they had magic.
Sure.
but was also a fighter rogue. Then you had the illusionist, who was the mage.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the assassin, who was definitely the thief.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have the druid, who is technically a subclass of cleric in first edition.
Interesting. So how many levels of cleric did you need?
Let's see. So here, so they didn't have to become, they're just a subclass. So similar to how assassin was a subclass of thief.
Okay.
These are
so you could start off as
yeah,
this.
So again, because way back in the day, like we think of subclasses as like the individualized classes, but back then, like warrior was the class, fighter was the subclass, right?
Right.
And so in this particular case, cleric is the class, priest was the subclass. Like you were actually a priest.
Got
under
it.
A cleric.
Got
you could
it.
be a priest or a druid, but you're both clerics.
Got it.
Just like you could be a rogue, or you could be a thief or an assassin, but you're both rogues. You could be a fighter or a pirate, but you're both warriors.
Yeah.
That's how the older editions used to treat it. Nowadays, it's a lot more blended, right? It's a lot more whatever. It's
no, I get you.
Yeah, so that's the weird thing we have to think about when we review these histories is like the terminology has changed.
Yeah, that's very true. And like what they meant by what they said. And so like being able to figure out what's actually trying to be communicated, that can be hard sometimes.
Yeah. And again, they're basically a cleric that focused more on elements in nature. So again, that was kind of their mindset is like with thief, they wanted something that could be a little bit more dodgy. This one's going to be a little bit more based on the nature of things. So their prerequisites, ability score wise, druids required a wisdom score of 12, at least 12.
Okay.
Charisma of 15. And that right there was very unique and made them a lot more harder to be than a cleric. Yeah, 15 on charisma.
Interesting.
But they also had an alignment requirement. Druids had to be true neutral, reflecting their devotion to keeping the true balance of nature.
Okay.
And true neutral, I will say, if you play with alignment, true neutral is the absolute hardest to play. Hands down, there is no harder alignment to play. Fight me. Because, I mean, again, true neutral, like you're part of a party of 6. You get ambushed by a party of 8. Defend yourselves. Several of the enemies go down, and now suddenly your party of 6 is against a party of 4. What do?
I would say, and this again depends on how well you work it with your DM, but you can look at neutrality on a very narrow scale, or you can look at it on a grander scale. So yes, there is an imbalance in this particular battle, but how many other battles are there an imbalance in the opposite direction, right?
That's typically not how alignment typically works. You don't, because when you look at alignment, you don't usually play a character of, but on the grand scale of things, because that's not playing your alignment, right? The alignment is the balance of all things. When you look at the fight, that's why true neutral is very difficult, because when you're part of a party, that true neutral player is typically expected to either at least bow out, or if you're playing like that kind of like more paladin, you switch sides. So if you were like a true neutial paladin would switch sides. A true neutral wizard
then would that paladin be fighting for that other team?
But it's the balance of things.
Sure.
We're talking about an exaggeration here. Be
right.
mindful. We're not talking about like you would be compelled to do this. But this is a argument for why true neutral is difficult.
I get why people argue to that.
Because you got to realize what alignment is, right? It is your ethos. Your ethos keeping the balance.
I definitely understand that. And the whole idea behind what it is that you are as a character, right? Because again, I don't want us to turn Mimi, right? I don't want it to just become like, but I want it to be like, hey, what is a person? because alignment is meant to help us understand what this person is going through. It's not meant to replace your individuality. It's not meant to replace your mind.
But again, just like what we talked about before with like classes, it's so many different things. It is the guiding principles, right? Like,
very much so. But like
because you know there's
think about
there's a lot of different situations where true neutral goes against the party's nature, right? There's going to be things that true neutral, because you can't just
what I mean is think about
everything.
Think about a person that is trying to be true neutral. Just think about a person who is guided by those principles. Like they're still going to have emotions. They're still going to have thought processes. They're not like necessarily you know, like have like split personality or something like that. Like sometimes they just feel a certain way, and it's not necessarily that they're breaking their neutrality, but it's almost like it's the mindset of, hey, what am I doing here? Like, am I going against what I believe, or am I discovering what I believe?
Not quite the way that they used alignment back in the day. That may be more closely related to 5th edition's alignment,
and again,
but earlier editions alignment, it was everything about your principle and in everything that you did. Alignment was a lot more. So
did alignment have a rule set? Because it
was in the game set of how you were to play your character. Everything like pre-second or pre-3rd edition, it like alignment was a higher expectation. Like there were detriments if you didn't play your alignment. So
no, I get that. I understand that like there are weak consequences. Yes,
it would describe examples, and it would describe how you were expected to outplay that. But
see, that feels like it contradicts a lot of how they're talking about like you're trying to tell this story.
It's no different than telling a thief.
What I mean is, like, yes, I understand that there are certain like roles that people have, that people play, but trying to, it almost feels, and not to this extreme, but like you are railroaded into being this thing.
No. You're not if anybody railroaded that into you, it's you. You chose that alignment.
Right. But again,
like the alignments, just like you chose a thief, which means you're not going to wear heavy metal plate armor. Like,
I think there's a really big difference
between
between not knowing how to do something and not being allowed to do something.
But no. The whole point of choosing your alignment was knowing how to play the alignments. The alignments were back in the day. The alignments were just as well known and understood as when you say, I'm going to play a thief. Everyone knew what that meant. When you chose alignments, there were guides, there were rules behind the alignments, and there were detriments not following them.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like when you play true neutral, it is the hardest one to play because of the strictness of it. You had to embody neutrality in everything. That was the choice you made. So
see, that feels like the type of D&D that I'm not trying to.
But the whole point is, why would you choose that then? Why would you choose true neutral if that wasn't the direction? Because
I mean, I could answer that question. There is an answer to that question, which is I believe that these guidelines help shape my character.
But what I'm saying is, if you explain what you want to do with your character, there's probably
that's the answer to the question that you asked. You asked, why would you choose this? And what I was explaining to you is the answer to that question. And so if I'm allowed to choose it for those reasons, then that's the reason why I'm choosing it, right? Not necessarily to follow a certain set of guidelines to say, hey, in order for you to exist as this character who says that this is his guiding principle, you have to act like X, Y, and Z.
But that's what it is, though. Like, that's what they were for. So I don't understand. Like, that would be like saying I want to be a thief, but I want to like play a wizard. But like, why'd you choose a thief if you want to just play like you wouldn't choose a thief if you want to cast magic?
But you wouldn't
choose true neutral if you want.
The mindset is everybody has an alignment. And so if every alignment has a rule set to how you have to play it, then if I don't like the rule sets that are being presented, then I can't play my character
the way you built it. But I don't see how that's any different than if you choose to be a fighter and don't like how the fighter progresses, then you chose to build wrong. Like, you just built the character wrong. Like, all of the alignments, there were 9 alignments. There's 9 to cover every situation that you could be. If you build a character,
like I said, it's for me, it is people are way more complex than alignment. And I think saying that in order for you to play a character, and like I said, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, I think there is a huge difference between what you physically haven't learned yet how to do versus what you are saying my personality must do.
It sounds like you're putting more limitations on yourself. I think I think this is why alignment fell out of favors, because people get alignment all wrong. I don't see how any of that would fall through.
I get how that,
when you build the character as a whole, alignment doesn't have you can't do these things. Alignment is one of the many things you choose.
Sounds like it's exactly what you just said. Alignment says you cannot fight in this battle if there are more people against you and you've chosen this alignment. That sounds like exactly what you just said.
If you look at the character as a whole with everything that you've built into it, alignment will push your character to understand that there is an imbalance. And again, you've chosen the character to be one of balance, right? Again, it's all about the character. You said it yourself. It's the holistic look of your character. It's background, it's class, and it's alignment.
Very much
and
so.
It's backstory, right? All of those things would have built it. So building that character, and again, saying like, but I don't like that this thing would restrict me, but every choice you've made makes those limitations and make those restrictions to make a character, right? Like,
I understand the differences. As you've seen, there are plenty of times where I understand that my character would not do something that I would like for them to do. And you've seen me plenty of times where like, I really wish I would go, but it's just not the direction that they would go. So trust me, I understand the difference between just what I want to do myself and what my character is being led to do. But if there is a mental thought process that my character is genuinely going through that would lead them to X, Y, and Z decision, and I'm being said that no, this alignment leads you to A, B, and C conclusion anyways, like that does not sit right with me.
And I think you're overcomplicating that. But
I don't know what you mean by overcomplicating that.
You're putting too many limitations on it. I think that in that situation, I don't think it would fall through the way that you're thinking it. I really don't think that you would ever be put in a situation.
I mean, that situation that we just described is
an exaggeration, but you're trying to take that exaggerated situation and
exaggerate which one?
The whole concept of like if the battle was unfair.
That sounds like a very basic one. That's exaggerated.
That was an exaggerated situation to tell why true neutral was difficult, because it's anti-party. Typically, I use as an exaggeration as the idea that the party could come up with a plan and the true neutral character won't go along with it because there's an imbalance in that plan or in the actions or whatever with the character's mindset, right? Because again, alignments were
that I understand,
and so that's what I said. Like in that particular situation, I don't think you would ever be able to play a character, and you'll never come into a situation where the only thing holding you back is your alignment. Like that's where I think you're getting it wrong, and that's where I think a lot of people get alignment
That's
wrong.
Definitely how it sounds like when you're explaining
that's not it. That's why I said it's an exaggerated situation purely to explain why true neutral is the most difficult one to play, especially if you're playing old school rules. But again, you have to understand how alignment was played. You have to play with alignment.
No, I get what you're saying, but like I said, I'll say this: that explanation to me leaves me more confused than it is helpful.
And that's probably why most people don't like alignment. But it's again, most people do go that route of, oh, so I can't do all this. It's like, that's not what alignment's about. But again, people don't want to take the time to actually use it. And most DMs don't know how to use it. Most BMs ignore alignment completely because most people think it's a useless mechanic.
I don't think it's useless. I think if people understand what it is, it can be more valuable.
But the thing is, I agree with why it's become useless, but it's I don't want to say this in a bad way, but it's become useless for the same reason as you're having a difficulty with it, is because people really don't like this imaginary wall that they build up of these limitations. Because yes, there are limitations that come with alignment, but the limitations aren't based on alignment themselves. It's based on the aspect of the character build. But again, people don't like that. That's why we have subclasses now that are a mishmash of basically everything, right? Like the idea of alignment has gone out of favor over the additions, goes also in line with how much more open each class each has been. I
feel like for me specifically as a character, it's very opposite of that, because I think a big a big issue that I come with is, again, when I interact with a lot of people, I do feel a lot of people, number one, who have used it of recent times, and I don't necessarily think this is common, but they use it as an excuse. They use it as a crutch. They use it as a way to get what they want. And I don't think that's how it was meant to be used either.
90% of players.
I would also say that when I am looking at alignment and it's like, hey, you can't do, like, somebody else tries to play my character for me because from their perspective,
Okay.
I'm out of alignment.
So here's maybe more
that's
realistic
where I
example.
have a problem.
Here's maybe a more realistic example. Kage would never kill. You will never go out and murder someone for the joy of murder. That is just not who you are. Your alignment would not go and say, you know what? Indiscriminately killing people while I'm driving on the freeway and just ramming them off the road is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with this. I can do it whether I like to or not. You would not come to that conclusion. Would you take someone's life to defend yourself and the ones you love? Yes. That right there is, I think, where people get alignment confused. Most people say, well, my alignment says I can't kill, so I can't defend myself.
So
that's not what it says. When we're talking about alignment, your guiding principle would never allow you to join. Okay,
this is a good example.
Let's say Kage's a character.
I love this.
You would never go as a D&D character join a band of murder hobos. You would never join a band that says, hey, we go into town, we kill anybody who gets in our way, we rob every bartender we go to, we sleep with every woman we can, we kill the king, we take his gold, and then we go to the next town. Kage, with your alignment, wouldn't do that. Now, if there was a corrupt king and a group of bandits of unsavory people were going to go and overthrow this king, would that be to your alignment benefit? You don't like them, but they are the lesser of two evils. This is where people get alignment wrong. People will come up with these barriers of, I can't do anything wrong. But like you said, you are allowed to have thoughts and opinions, but this is where alignment gets you in trouble.
This is very fair.
In D&D, if you, Kage, were to join a band of murder hobos to take down an evil king that burned your village, and you're getting revenge, or he's about to do it to another village and this is the only way to stop him, we can have that conversation about why your alignment is still intact. Because, like you said, bigger issue of the world. But if you just said, I'm building this character and everyone else built murder hobos, and you're like, I'm going to ignore that, and you go along with it, and you're like, but I don't do the murdering, that's against your alignment. There's the difference of, you can't say, well, I'm not going to do those. Yes. So this is where I took issue
that
with
that I understand.
And this is why people get alignment wrong. So, it's hard to explain sometimes. Is yes, you can go against your alignment, but you can't. Alignment is a much bigger picture. What your character.
Bringing that up is very valuable. As you have known me personally for a very long time, right? So I feel like, again, I have my own perspective, but I'm very curious what you would define as my alignment. If the alignments that are presented, you say, encompass well enough the full spectrum, which is, I believe, where the crux of my perspective comes from. Is I don't necessarily think that the alignment chart that we have, it qualifies to really paint a picture of enough of the spectrum that's out there.
I do.
So if that's the case, what would you say that my alignment is?
Lawful neutral.
Lawful neutral.
Yes, you believe in the order of things. You believe the necessity of order and law and the benefits of it. And while you do your best to follow them, and while you don't go out of your way to break those laws to benefit you and like a lawful evil would, and you don't follow them to a T to your detriment like a lawful good would, you also understand that there is a neutrality, that not every law makes sense, not every law is necessary, and while you agree with the greater laws of the world, you don't necessarily agree that they all need to be there. So you're lawful in the sense of your viewpoint of the world. This is why I believe the law, like 9 alignments, actually explain a lot more than you think, because it separates two different mindsets to create one holistic idea. you're lawful on the side of you actually believe in order, structure, and that there's benefit to that. But you're neutral in the sense of how you follow it, because you don't go out of your way to abuse the law, right? Like billionaires who don't pay taxes, but have a bunch of workers who pay taxes, right? And get a bunch of money. That's lawful evil. They believe in these laws because it benefits them when they break them and use them to their advantage. Lawful good are the people who run nonprofits. They use every law, they follow every law, even if it's to their detriment, but they're doing the right thing. So, even if they have to pay a bill because, oh, I messed up, I owe you money now. That's to their detriment, but they'll make it right. That's lawful good. Lawful neutral is, I absolutely agree, do not want that to stop, and I want there to be a balance, but sometimes you throw the wrong person in jail, and I think it's okay that these person get back, something, or that person gets punched. I think it's okay to not call the cops and punch him back. I think it's okay for me to steal from someone who stole from someone else. Like, there are ways to say that you believe in all the laws, but you don't necessarily follow them. You don't break them just to get benefits, but you also know that not everyone makes sense. And sometimes breaking them is okay. Sometimes breaking them is necessary. You're lawful neutral.
I agree with your premise, and I agree with your statement, but I would also say that I would disagree with the conclusion, because I would say that there is enough elements from my perspective to say that there's an argument as well for chaotic neutral. No. As the type, I know you disagree, but
no, not from what I know of alignments.
And that's my point.
You're too calculated.
That is a
you are no. You are not. No, trust me. As understanding what chaotic means, chaotic is spontaneity, not just like random crazy.
Yes.
It's not crazy. Chaotic is like, you would not throw all of your money on a cryptocurrency. That's chaotic. You would not take your life savings ever. You would not do that to you and your woman. You would not go and bet that bike of yours out front. You would not bet that on a 10-to-1 horse race because you have a lucky feeling today. That is chaotic. Chaotic is, you know what? I'm going to go and blow my paycheck because I heard this horse is hot tonight. That's chaotic. You are not chaotic. I'm sorry, man. You may be ADHD. You may have spurts of spontaneity, but spontaneity is not chaotic. Because chaotic requires a complete lack of consideration for yourself, your future, and others.
Like I said,
you don't have that.
There's too much that lawful does not cover. There's too much that neutral doesn't cover.
Because I think you're asking alignment to cover too much. This is, again, why I keep saying this is why alignment came out of favor.
Based upon what you're talking about, based upon the pieces that you're talking about, like
background, because we talked about this. What does class mean? If you're a fighter and you're a martial artist, that's a mindset, not that has nothing to do with your alignment.
I understand. I get all of that. I
think you're putting too much weight on alignment.
See, I think you are putting too much weight of what alignment covers. Like too much. You're casting this very wide net and saying that it's all in there. It's all in there. And truthfully, I don't see it. I don't see it. And I get that you do, but I've seen too much of people's psyche of how people go
broken down into it.
Go different directions. Like it's I get why people want to simplify things down into these clear cut categories.
Horoscope that tells you everything, but the alignment chart, again,
it is too simplistic.
It's not too simplistic because it covers two very broad and major ways we look at the world, right? Like it looks at the way that you believe the world operates outside of you, and it covers how you believe you operate within that world. And that right there is not simplistic. That right there covers so much because all of those individual combinations will come to any conclusion.
It would be a whole podcast in itself to go into those details, but
we should do that. We could do a whole like episode where we have the community just give us a bunch of like characters.
Sure.
And we go through and we have to nail down
my point is like we could do that, and I think that would be fun. But the whole concept of why it is
I think that
what it is. It would
the history of alignment. We should look at how alignment changed and actually dive into as much of the details. I'll see if I can find as much detail about like what was the purpose of alignment originally.
I can get behind all that, and I don't want to take anything away from what was meant by alignment when it was created, but you know, just like I think there were those personality tests. They talk about introverts, extroverts, and the INFPs and all that stuff. And while I believe that all these things are great, even the mindset of the love languages, how everyone thinks they categorize. Like, while I appreciate all of these tools, I think so often like we try so hard to just categorize things and to put things into these groups that can be clearly defined, and there are certain aspects that I don't necessarily. I feel like a lot of stuff is more spectrum and more sliders and more just like, you know, shades of color rather than categories, and so it's I get where you're coming from, and I definitely can appreciate why it is where it's at, but and I do think it would be very valuable for us to go look into like where it all came from.
I want to see how not only the definitions changed, but most specifically, I want to look at kind of what you were alluding to earlier. What was the expectation, right? Like in first edition, how was it expected to be used versus third edition versus fifth edition, right? Like we know alignment's still there,
right?
But what does evil and good mean in fifth? I know the alignments as of first and second. Those are like the alignments I know down pat, which is why I'm like confident in speaking about them. But I don't know what alignment actually means or represents now, right? Like for me, again, like there was a very clear idea of why alignment mattered. Like it would just help guide what you would do or what you would say or how people would react to you in game. But like now, what's an evil character? Like, you know, again, what's a hero in D&D now? Like D&D isn't necessarily a hero only game like it used to be. You know, before you were always expected to play the band of good guys, right? You were always supposed to be heroes. Nowadays you can be murder hobos. And it's kind of, well, it's so common it's cliche.
very, very much so.
And so
very much so.
What are we supposed to do? Like when you get to a point to where murder hobos are getting statues built of them, what is good and evil? You know what I mean? Like what does good and evil, you know, matter? And it's also gameplay, right? Back in the day, it was more narrative gameplay. It was more of these, you know, again, it was more archaic. And I mean archaic not as in it was like, you know, barbaric, but archaic as in the literal term. It was played in a much more archaic world fashion, right?
Yes.
So you had these ideas of your characters had to have a personality that chose, do you agree with kings and queens and rulers or do you not? Do you believe in selfishness or others? Or do you fall somewhere in that gray middle, right? And that's, I think, another of that perspective is when you're in these worlds that were meant to be built with structure, right? This king rules this land. He's under this religion. Outside of that, this person rules, right? In those kind of like gaming sessions and those campaign settings, you kind of want to have a distinguishment of when you walk into a place, how are you going to act? Are you going to care that this guy's a representative of the king or not? I think it mattered more. But nowadays, you walk in and you're going to talk shit to everybody. It doesn't matter if it's a guard or the king himself. If someone walks up to you, you're going to be like, what the fuck do you want? Right? Like, I don't think we care as much about the crafted setting as much as we do the character build, right? Like, I think people don't take into account as much the true setting they're in, and they play just the character they've made.
I think, and maybe this goes to how well DMs can actually bring their players into immersion and make them feel like they're in this other world, this other game, so that they can actually recognize, oh my gosh, like this is great. I'm walking into a freaking palace right now. Like the last place I was at was a peasant's town. Yeah, maybe I saved them from some zombies, but this is a freaking king, right? Like that's like saying you rescued a cat out of a tree, so you should go to Hollywood and freaking somebody should give you a trophy or something like that. Like it doesn't necessarily equate. Yes, you're cool. Yes, a lot of these people baked you a cake over here, but like, what does that really mean in the grand scheme of things? So, you know, I definitely understand that. I understand why it was what it was, and I can respect it for what they were trying to create, for sure.
This says that a great character to explore alignment and meeting is Zahir from Legend of Korra. Believes that true freedom requires destruction of the systems and kingdoms, that people would be free and happy without a system that oppresses them.
Interesting. I did not get far in Korra. I gotta do more about that. But I really did like a lot of what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that sounds cool. But yeah, you know, and again, it's like little things like here's things that we don't see anymore that, you know, that you would have seen in an older edition. Especially, okay, so it just not to harp anymore on the disagreements that we have.
Sure.
As another example of like good versus evil and how it would could limit a player. Like, because I did say that there's like almost never you're going to run into a situation where your alignment would be the sole reason. I could actually come up with technically one. Right off the top of my head, like this is the only thing I can come up with where BBEG fight. Nowadays, you're just going to go until he's at 0. Doesn't matter, right? Cinematic is over. Maybe at the very end, he does a little diatribe, but then you're going to kill him, right? Whatever. Earlier editions, maybe you would have gotten a cinematic at the very end. You know, he goes down, he's at 1 hit point, and you have the opportunity. You walk up to him, he's down, and you have like the sword to him. Do you take his life? That would be one of those situations where you could get penalized if you had, again, if it wasn't like for revenge, if it wasn't like a moment of emotion, if it was just you're a good guy, you beat the bad guy, and now he's here, he's weak, he can't fight back, and you kill him.
But again,
that would be one of those, again, just an example, if there wasn't a reason behind it and you just said, nah, you know what, I'm done, it's the BBEG, we're going to kill him, that would be an evil act. And if you were a good character, that could elicit some sort of a detriment, because in that moment you acted against your better alignment. That is one of those random situations where in that one moment you wouldn't be, again, you're never not allowed to. The DM would be like, that's against your alignment. He's not saying you can't. You could choose to, but in the character's point of view, if it wasn't for revenge, if there was no logical reason for the character to do so, your player could say, dude, it's the last boss. I just want to be done with the campaign. I'm going to kill him. You know what I mean? It's that idea of you always can, but understand, like you said, in the moment, if that character was like, dude, this guy killed my father, he killed my best friend, half the party's dead, I'm killing him. You know what? Everyone gets to break their alignment in a moment of heat, but
that's why crimes of passion happen.
Right. And that's why I'm totally agreeing with you. It's like, yes, you can break alignment and not suffer detriment.
Yes.
But choosing to go against alignment suffers detriment. So maybe that was a better way to put it. You can act against your alignment.
And I will say
I choose to go against.
I agree with that, because so here's the deal. I don't necessarily ask my players to choose alignment at the beginning of their game, but I will say there are plenty of times where my characters have gone and said, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And before they continue, I stop and I ask them, what makes your character want to do that?
And that's the thing,
like,
right?
Like genuinely speaking, like that's how I view alignment.
And that's like, what it is. It's a help of a consistency with character play, right?
Yes,
and again, I know it does sound very limiting, but more or less it's meant to be just that. It's meant to be more of a guide of, here's your character faced with this. You have a lot of anything you can do, but keep in mind there's a bubble of things that are more likely in your character's path.
In your character's head space, yeah.
And yes, there's plenty of reasons why you could go against it, but it's the idea that if you just plain out choose not to follow it, like you just do the thing that your character wouldn't do, the idea was the DM had ways to critique that. And again, that was mainly just for people to have a good expectation. I think that's why I want to do the history too, because my belief is that back then players were expected to play a role. You played the cleric, so you were the healer. You played the paladin, so you're the tank. You play the thief, so you're the guy that gets through doors.
And druid's also a cleric, so
right.
I guess that works.
But imagine having a thief that never opens a door, a paladin that never protects anybody. That wasn't the kind of game like nowadays. That's just sounds like a normal Friday night. But back then,
plenty of clerics that don't like to heal.
It was back then. It was definitely one of those like, what do you mean? What are you doing? You're literally ruining the game. Get punished or leave. Right?
I will say I've seen a lot of like online videos of people in like WoW and stuff like that. Like when you play a role in WoW, like you gotta heal these people. If you're going into a raid or something like that, you gotta be putting out DPS if that's your freaking job. You gotta be pulling aggro if that's your freaking job.
I really feel like that's why alignment was so much more important back then, is because it helped guarantee, like it just, you're lawful neutral. Okay, we can all expect more or less, like we can all expect you're not going to rob us. You're not going to kill us in the middle. Like it was more or less okay, I kind of get where you're going to go with that character. It wasn't supposed to ever be okay, I don't want to keep rehashing that.
I get what you're saying.
It's just more of it's definitely an outdated mechanic. It doesn't, what I know of alignment, I will say this, what I know of alignment does not apply to 5th edition. I will absolutely admit that my version of alignment no longer exists, because just D&D doesn't play that way.
And maybe that is a part of my disconnect, is it's just like again, despite everything else, when I look at these things, I look at it through a primarily 5th edition lens, right? And so when I think about applying it and see how applicable it is and see how it feels in action, it's generally through a 5th edition lens.
And 5th edition is just so blurry now. Everything's blend. Again, the subclasses are great, but they're just a blend of everything someone else can do, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's just a way to specialize, but it is unfortunate, kind of like what we talked about with WoW. Eventually, everybody got to basically do anything.
Everyone's doing all the things.
And that's just, that's the life, right? That's the life of D&D, and that's why we do the histories of, though, because I think it's so valuable to just see, again, not valuable to know the history, but to see the evolution. I find the evolution more important than the facts.
Yeah, it honestly demonstrates and describes like how we grow, how we've learned, what we value, what people are actually, engaging with, things like that, which is, again, why my games and world is ever evolving, because those are the things that I want to create it for. So
absolutely.
No, I totally feel that.
All right, we're still on the druid. Or no, we're still on the druid. Because
that's the last one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the alignment was true neutral. So that's where we left off there, and then went on the tangent,
of course, of alignment in general.
But that happens. Welcome to the stream, everyone.
Welcome to tangents, guys.
All right. So let's see. Okay. So that was all of the requirements. So the ability score of wisdom of 12, charisma of 15, and then alignment of true neutral. And then class features, they had a D8 for their hit die, same as clerics. They had their own spell list, which they shared with bards for whatever reason. Obviously, all of these were, nature focused. So they gave like entangling vines, which I think became.
There is a 5th edition entangle spell.
I think it became entangle. And then what else do they have? Like summon, they had like all the summon animals, and then weather manipulations, like
got a lot
Gale
of
Force Winds. Gale Force Winds is just one of my favorites.
Nature stuff. Yep.
And they were also locked up to 7th level. So they capped out at 7th level spells.
Oh, okay. Oh, 7th level. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of getting a little bit of progression, because one was 5th, one was 6th, and now they're 7th.
Mm-hmm. So they all get their, again, not a lot of cookie cutterness. They're all getting their own little specialties.
Okay.
Druids did get shape changing up at this point, like this early.
Okay.
So they did get the ability to shape change into animals. And this was, again, it wasn't like we have wild shape now. This was just more of I think they had a list of 5. You get to choose one that you can turn into. And then I'm trying to remember. I should have wrote down more of the details of that, because I wasn't doing a whole
right
of
it wasn't just all
I wasn't even thinking about what the wild shape was.
You did one on bard. I think it, eventually we could do one on druid.
Might as well do one on all of them. So I should just do one on all the classes. Okay.
I mean, it's not a bad idea.
So we'll learn what the original shape changing was, because I want to say what it was is there was like a list of things that you could either roll for or choose from. That was just the one that you could do. I don't think you had multiples. And then I think you could only do it once or twice per day. Like I think you eventually got it to like once or twice per day, but it was pretty much limited to that.
Okay.
I don't think it gave you like nearly all the benefits. I do think that it had its own set of stats and that you did go back to your own hit points when it went to 0. I think that's still the same.
Interesting. Interesting.
I think the versatility of it.
I would have felt like, I thought it would have been like,
Shared.
hey, yeah, you change, but like it's still you in your body. And so whatever damage it takes, you take. And yes, you can survive more because it's a tougher form. But once it goes down, like you're also down and you revert.
It is, yeah, your body. Yeah,
Like that's how I would have thought they would have done it. But you know, if they went a different route, like I'm very interested to see how it goes. Like Druid is definitely one I would be very interested in, because not that I dislike how it works now, but you know, things are ever improving.
Yeah,
things are ever improving.
Maybe we'll do that one next week. Maybe we can write that one down for next week's history of. We'll do history of Druid, and then eventually we'll do like some history of alignment another time, because I think alignment's going to be a lot more hard. Research.
I do like that.
So we'll do Druid next, because Druid will be a lot easier to research. Yeah, I want to. That brings up another good idea too for D&D in general. We have Wild Shape, which is nice, but I would like there to be other alternatives, right? Like, why isn't there an alternative to Wild Shape, like actual shape change? Like, I know we have polymorph and stuff, but imagine like, you know, Wild Shape does that whole thing where it's a separate pool of health and then you go back, right? But imagine like a lesser version of that called shape change, where you do change into that animal, but you like, again, like you said, if that animal goes to 0, so do you. Like you may transform and get a boost of HP, like temp HP, but it's still your pool, right? So you don't get to magically transform back. If you die in that form, you might transform back into your old body, but kind of like the werewolf movies, you're still gone. Like it's not like the form itself just like got rid of all your damage. So I think that there should be something like that, where there's like a tier system, where I get why druids have the most powerful version, but why isn't there like just a more basic shape change?
Yeah. I almost said I think it should be a feat that you could choose, but maybe it's locked like to certain classes or to certain races, maybe, or something. Like, so there should be some sort of prerequisite for it, but still, I think that'd be very interesting to see how you'd do something like that.
Yeah, it's just nice to have, like, again, it's nice to see some of these powers, but then you're just like, but how'd you get there?
Yes, wild shape monstrosity, wild shape aberration, like,
oh wow, all the wild shapes.
Just do different wilds, like, because right now it's only beasts, but imagine if you could do wild shapes for other things. Maybe, imagine that would be insane if there was a warlock pact where your main feature was you got the ability to wild shape, but it was a very different type of wild shape, and it was aberrations instead of beasts or something like that. That would be wild.
That would be dope.
That would be wild.
Oh man, can you imagine, like, because we talked about like repurposing things, right? There was another class that we wanted to repurpose. We were just talking about it recently. Was it the Shadow Monarch?
Did I write it down somewhere?
Not the Shadow Monarch, because the Monarch was the one. There was another one that we were talking about where we were talking about it. We were like, hey, I want to do that same class, but for a thief, right? Like it was because we were talking about the Echo Knight. We also consider, like, with the Echo Knight, like, the fighter and then like an Echo Knight thief. I
remember putting that. Is that not in our stream topics? It's not.
I'm just trying to think of just like, can you think of like a necromancer version where you can like transform into like a ghost or a banshee?
Oh, like some undead stuff?
Like wild, undead.
Almost like you're channeling dead. Oh, that would be wild. That would be crazy. I would mess with that.
All right. Getting some good ideas on the stream. Getting some good ideas. Okay, so that is all the things we needed to know. Druids back then were limited to only natural weapons. Like, okay, so clubs, spears, and I guess scimitars were considered natural weapons, which is very weird. I get the clubs and spears. I don't know why they actually added scimitars in there.
Weird.
but they could also only wear non-metal armor. So
that has stayed true pretty much throughout. Well, at the very least, they brought it back in 5th edition. I just know that's true now.
But natural weapons is very interesting. I wonder why a scimitar was
I don't know.
considered a
Even
natural
spears, kind of unnatural. I'm thinking
Well, I mean, you don't have to
clubs
have a
and
tip.
stabs.
I mean, a spear you don't have to have a tip.
That's fair.
That's
fair.
Like, yeah, I would think stabs, spears, clubs, bow and arrow, maybe. I could understand a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
But anything beyond that, yeah, I kind of feel that that's a little bit weird. Okay, so other just notes on how that happened. Okay, so that was all of 1st edition. So it took us 2.5 hours to get there. A lot of trailing off, but we'll pick up some speed. We're fine. We're doing good. Okay, so now let's get into 2nd edition. So 2nd edition, first we had these weird things. We didn't have them any name for them, right? They were just late game, later adventure classes, right? Now coming to 2nd edition, we still haven't created the prestige classes yet, but we went a different direction. We just, that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, those were really cool. How about we just make all of those standard? So now Bard, Druid, all of that, that's something that you can be day one. No big deal. But what they added in 2nd edition was the concept of kits, which I don't think we saw this ever again. Oh, arrow with stonehead works. Yeah, that would be a natural weapon. I totally get like arrow or a spear with a stonehead.
Oh yeah, you can lash that to the tip.
So kits were basically a way that 2nd edition introduced to better like customize your character. So again, kind of like what we're seeing with how they're doing subclasses now. It was just a way to take your build and my build, but then we could take different directions with it.
Right?
Like customize a little bit more. Basically, they gave more distinct attributes and specifically let the players tweak the mechanics slightly to better be more unique. Like what we were talking about before, right? Taking that concept from 1st edition, but instead of just saying, hey, just tell me what you do and we'll figure it out. Now it's more of like, hey, here's some mechanics to help you let yourself tweak it to make it customized to you.
Right.
And again, this was more in the essence of like some examples of giving the ability to do like thematic elements. So, turning your like a fire lance into a giant fire arrow or something, like getting to change it up to where it's yours, right? It doesn't just look like everything cookie cutter. So you got like, like elements of it, like visuals. You can even like sometimes adjust the abilities a little bit.
Okay.
On some of them. So it's like you could like, sacrifice distance for, AoE or something like that. So
gotcha.
There was like some of this little quality of life tweaks. So introducing, so the instruction with kits, they were first introduced in the complete handbook, or the complete handbook series. So they basically was, I don't think it was a part of the expanded section of 2nd edition, right? So it wasn't in the core handbooks. This was
right. It wasn't like the first player's handbook. It was more like subsequent, what do you call them? References.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's see. So. Okay, so yeah, so basically the purpose of the kits, I was trying to like figure out what I was saying here, but with the purpose of the kits, the whole approach was to bring together like what I was just saying, right? It's so funny to see these things and then hear myself parrot them in the way that I look at D&D. But their whole purpose was putting all of these things together to help you have a more holistic character. So the kits were a way for you to blend your background, your class, your profession, the role within the party that you had, all of these aspects that made your character, full. The kit was then was there to give you the chance to take all of those things and instead of it just being things about you, actually make it into what makes you you, right? Instead of saying I can do this and that thing over there. It was a way to be like, yeah, I picked this up from this skill and then I do this because of this reason. And this is actually because of over here. And then I do this differently than anybody else. So it gives you that whole concept of, wow, this is actually my character. I'm not just another thief picking another lock. I'm actually doing it my way. And again, I think that's where a big influence on just how I like to approach character building, right? Just I don't want you to tell me what you want to be able to do. Let's just do what you want to do, right? Like,
Yes.
don't tell me what you want as a 20th character. Let's just start playing and let's just do the things you want to do, right?
100%.
Right out the gate, you want to wield a big sword? Here's a great sword. You're a fighter. Let's fucking go, right? Like, I like that kind of concept and just seeing where it goes. So let's see what was going on, Des. So a kid is a little pre-Jenny. Here's a frame of a particular character progression, so you can now modify it. Yeah, and that's basically it, right? You had your core classes, your fighter, your cleric, your mage, your thief. This basically, like what we do now, what we see now with subclasses, right? This is basically what it was doing. It was the precursor to helping basically homebrew your own subclass.
Yes.
And then each kit provided basically like benefits and sometimes penalties or restrictions. So again, it was kind of this like, now that you have your core, here's some, here's some broadening ideas, and then here's some limiting ideas to help you kind of, curtail what you exactly wanted to do with it. But yeah, it could be unique abilities. You could get bonus proficiencies, social standing. So, you could have like the aristocrat background and then actually have a title. So this kit, it's like, you might choose a background that says, you're from a noble family. No big deal. But then the kit would give you the ability to be like, oh, I'm not only from a noble family, but it's a barony. I actually have land, right? The kit gave you that ability to right?
Okay.
Social, specific role-playing hooks. So again, this was both ways, right? It was if you chose a certain kit, that would help the DM work with that character more, right? It would like kind of like how we choose backstories. You might give a sibling and then you bring the sibling back later down the road. Kind of like that. The kits would give alternative ways to help the DM integrate your character into the narrative as well. So it wasn't just for you to build a better character, but it was also a way for the DM to integrate that character better and not just be like, yep, you can do all those things, but how do those things interact with the narrative? How do they interact with the players of the party? It was definitely a cool concept. I don't know if it was really the best way to do it, but you can see a lot of these precursors to what we see now, right? Like how they went around with subclasses is kind of how you build a subclass, how we see homebrews building subclasses is kind of what this is, right? It's taking that core and being like, well, you can't do that, but now you can do this. And now I'm going to give you a whole different list of that. So you don't have that one over there, but you can now do this thing over here, but you can never do that. You know what I mean? Like that's basically all subclasses are. So that's kind of what this kit was. It was the precursor to homebrewing a class. All right. So how it worked. There were selection and prerequisites. So depending on the kit that you wanted to get.
Okay.
I do have a couple of, good. I was like, I should do a whole thing of just kits. I'm like, no, I got some.
Yeah,
I did the research. But kits were selected for the character creation, usually, in line with the DM, right? So it wasn't just here's my character and everything about it. It was here's what I want to do.
Here's how we make this work.
Yeah. So because some of the kits had prerequisites, such as like minimum ability scores, particular alignment, or certain races.
Okay.
So I kind of like that too, right? They kind of just made it available. It wasn't just here's something for everyone, but they made enough of it to be available based on the build that you wanted to do. And again, these are going to feel very much like subclasses once we get into them.
Okay.
Each kit was designed to basically help that player and that class focus on a set of specifics or a set of specialties, kind of like Illusionist. It was there to design to get you to focus in on what you wanted out of that class. So, if, for like fighter, two of the examples were like swashbuckler versus gladiator, right? Not just a plain fighter swinging a sword, but now you can specify, well, how does that background matter? And how does my fighting style and my weapon choice matter versus, what kind of status could I gain as a gladiator? Wizards could be an alchemist or an elementalist. So again, you still have all the same wizard spells, but what do you do with your magic? How is your magic your hobby, right? What is the thing that you produce outside of just learning and casting spells other people did?
Right.
The kits provided obviously additional special abilities, bonuses, bonuses to also proficiencies and skill checks. So in certain situations, your kit could benefit you and make you better suited for a certain task. It gave you just more options. It gave you additional things you could do and attempt. And again, we're talking about it's still back in second edition when a lot of it was creativity based. So
Right.
a lot of the puzzles could be solved. The idea was puzzles could be solved in multiple different ways, not just one specified way.
And you might be more suited to help it get solved in this particular way versus somebody else could solve it a different way.
Exactly. And these
The whole
kids-
concept of like, how do you get across a gap? You know, one person flies, one person throws a rope, one person walks on air. I don't know. Who knows?
Right. But then you have a kit and then you're like, oh, well, I could throw the rope, but, you know, with this kit, I would be better off, you know, trying to lasso like a stalagmite and swinging across for whatever. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely different ways that this was supposed to express, instead of just saying, well, we tie a rope and we climb across, this was helping you express out what your character actually would try to follow through with.
Right.
Again, we haven't talked about too much yet, but while sometimes you get unique items, unique spells, unique abilities, sometimes they did come with drawbacks, which can include penalties to other abilities. So if you chose this kit, you know, kind of like if you think about like a pirate might have a limited amount of weapons they can use because you want close quarter weapons, not long range. So you'd have some bonuses there. Maybe you'd never, you know, have a difficulty. Maybe you get a bonus to dexterity. You never have a difficulty with your feet work, but you can't hold a big sword, right? Those kind of
Fair enough.
Those kind of offsets.
Yeah.
Or what's really interesting, this one you may not like too much yourself, but sometimes the kits would come with role play obligations.
Interesting.
So again, depending on what you think, like or maybe on what you would pick, you might have to go and fulfill certain requirements every now and again, or go talk to somebody, or go like whenever you're asked to do something. You could be like, you know, if you're like a cleric and you go by your church, maybe you always have to do a task they ask, right? So that's like a DM, because that would be a way a DM would do it, right? You be this clerical kit and you're a certain type of cleric, but the DM says, hey, it comes with, if the church ever calls upon you, you have to do it. And that's now a plot hook, right?
And
that's now a way for the DM to change the narrative.
Yeah, like I'm not totally against that. Like, I mean, think about it. Like, if you literally have a job, like say you're a detective or something, and your boss says, "Hey, you got a case." Like, then you got a case, bro. Like, I don't care what side gig you like. It's what you do. So, you know, I'm not totally upset about that.
Yes, just like that, Des. Problem solving. When the DM gives you a massive gate with 2 stones that it needs to open, but you have a portable battering ram. He's not happy when you get 26 on the gate's DC of 25.
That is very fair.
But if it's a magical door, that thing can go boom boom. So it depends on, you know.
Hey,
that's what I would do. If it's a magical door, you don't want that thing to go boom.
I got dimension door. Whatever, it's fine.
Let's see. But yeah, I do like that you had some role play. Again, I love the idea that this was unlike what we see in 5th edition, where it seems like the players are given a crap ton of stuff, almost to the point to where it's almost like they're trying to offload a lot of that work off the DM, where it's like, hey, let your players build their character. Here, we've given them everything. Don't worry about it. It works, right?
Right. That's I think what a lot of people are looking for.
Let me just
don't worry about it. It works. And like, yeah.
And this is much more about the whole aspect of like, I like the idea that this would dictate a little bit more about how you were going to go about that, right? And just gives more options. I nowadays, again, I was about to say, like, players get so much, but the DMs don't really get much, right? It's like the DMs just has an expectation, right? The DM's no longer a player. I don't think 5th edition treats the DM as a player. And we've talked about this. The DM is a player, but I don't think 5th edition treats the DM like a player.
I will say I will say the majority of the way people play 5th edition doesn't treat the DM like a player. I do think that there is a path to it in 5th edition, but I don't think that is the commonly accepted way to play.
Yeah.
And
you would really have to change a lot of the rules, because if you think about it, players get an infinite number of ways to build a character. You may have an infinite number of monsters that will each work one specific way.
But see, that's
where we should be comfortable as DMs to change that. But like you said, that's not the expectation.
Yes.
The expectation is if you give me a monster that I've seen in the book, I better know how that works. And that's the problem. Whereas you can throw me a character that I have no idea what you've built, but every time I throw you a monster, it has to work the same way. That's fucked up.
So there will be times where it's kind of hard for me because there's both sides of the equation where it's like, okay, I want to know that I understand how this works for a couple of reasons, because there are benefits that my character gives me. So like if you're trying to do something to me and my character sheet says that because I have Fey ancestry, I have advantage against attacks, magic to do something to me, like putting me to sleep or whatever,
like game
right?
attacks or whatever, yeah.
And so if I understand, you know, from my meta knowledge or whatever, that I know that these creatures are using magic to put me to sleep or whatever the case may be, or like, oh, they're not supposed to be able to do that, or like it's good for me to know, like, or at the very least have an avenue to bring up to you, be like, hey, does this work this way? Hey, can I use this? Can I like use this for my character? Does this work here? Now, again, like we talk about, like, what would your character know? Like, is this something that you have to personally activate, or is this something that just is? And so if I'm bringing these things up to you, or if I don't know to bring this up to you, hey, this is a part of my, well, if I would have known that it was this, then I would have mentioned this over here, and that's not normally how this creature's. So like, I get that, but I think that comes down to, number one, DMs knowing their players. Yeah. Right. And like, even though I don't need to know everything that's on your character sheet, like, it's helpful if I know what you're capable of. Right.
Exactly. And that's the thing too. It's like everybody, you know, it's like I get secrets, but you got to understand, like, again, I understand wanting to keep secrets away from the DM. We've had this conversation, right? Of just like, you know, can I do something and unleash it on you? But it's like, but we've had that the opposite of that conversation is, while that would be nice to be able to, you know, surprise your DM, the problem with that is like, there's just so much to keep track of in terms of, if I know what you're capable of, you need to trust that I'm not going to always use that to my advantage, right? I'm not gonna always give you enemies that aren't gonna, you know, fall to that one spell I know you're holding on to. But you also need to trust that it's also important for me to know what you're capable of, because if not, how am I going to give you a challenge? How am I going to give you anything that's fun? If I don't actually understand what you're capable of and I give you something, you're like, it's dead. And I go, okay, well, here's something, it's dead. How much fun are you going to have if I don't really give you anything because I don't know what your weakness is? If I just spam enemies at you, one of two things is going to happen. You know, if I'm just spamming them randomly, you're either going to be way overpowered for it because I'm not hitting the right things, or we're going to randomly find the thing that's too OP for you. And then it's not going to be fun, right? There's that dance where there's a lot of honor system that has to go on, right? Like, there's a lot of honor system that has to go on, mostly with the DM, because the DM can't abuse a lot of that, but that's the purpose of their role, right? Their role is to keep the story going. And it does kind of suck sometimes when you're trying to give this big announcement and someone's like, well, that can't happen. And it's like, bro, this is not the time to interrupt the cinematic with we need to retcon everything. Because I've been there, right? You've been in the cinematic
very much
4 minutes into the description, and then someone goes, actually, that can't happen. And then you're like, you do realize that undoes everything I just said. Like, you not bringing that up fucking 3 days ago just undoes that. Okay, so guess what? None of that happened. Let's retcon it all. Game over, guys. Because, you know, like, those are those moments where it's like, that's where it's frustrating as a DM to have players that have secrets. Now, that's why I encourage secrets among players, because I do agree with you. It is nice for players to have that, but it's harder to have that against the DM unless you're really, really trusting. So that's why I kind of promote it against players, at least, because at least between players, you still get it.
In this scenario, it was more of less having secrets against the DM and more of, this is more of the opposite. The DM obviously has a lot of secrets against the players, right? Because you don't want them to know everything. But again, players having a certain expectation of how things are supposed to work, or how things work in your world, so that they know how to effectively use the abilities that they've been given in that world, right? So it's like, no, you don't have to have a cookie cutter monster that's the same as every other monster that's out there, but me understanding what's happening in this scenario, and I've done it myself, where the monk's doing stunning strike every 5 seconds and I can barely get in a move in edgewise, but now I have this specific character that's immune to being stunned. And so when they go in to do their stunning strike and they're like, and I'm like, sorry, it don't work. They're like, what do you mean it doesn't work? I'm doing stunning strike. And I'm like, no, like it doesn't work. And it's like, well, he's just a regular, he shouldn't have it. And no, it doesn't. Like,
Yeah.
And so it's like, I understand that, like, if that's what's happening, like, then that organically is you experiencing, you discovering, oh wow, there's something new here. I'm literally coming across something new and recognizing that, okay, that's what this experience is supposed to be, rather than, oh, this is me not knowing how to use my character, right? And so there's that fine line of just like never letting them know what's up versus giving them something new to experience. So,
and that's why I'm always in favor of leaning into the trickle through gameplay mechanic over here's all of the information you could possibly know before we start, right? Like I don't like doing the whole, let me tell you everything you need to know about High Point before we start. I'm going to give you anything your character would need to know in that moment, because that's what you need to know. You don't need to be thinking about all of the other stuff that's going on at this exact, point in time, right? Like it's a lot of superfluous information, or it's information that's going to lead us off into a delayed gaming session, right?
Yeah.
But no, you're absolutely right. Like there's a fine line between everybody having the right information in order to choose the actions that they want to take, and also an honor system with that information of making sure that everyone has enough to act upon, but not so much that they are basically in control of the entire thing, right?
Right. Very much so. Very much so.
And again, that goes for the DM, right? Like I may know your character sheet, I may know what you're capable of, but I'm not demanding you tell me all the combos that you've planned out. I'm not demanding that you say, if you have an idea, I need to know that this is what you plan to do. That's the thing that you hold for me. I know what you can do and what you're capable of, and I can use, and you trust me that I won't use that to, negatively get an advantage, or, irrevocably get an advantage that's not necessary. But it's also at the same time, like, I don't know how you're going to do any of that stuff. So I have to do my best to give you a challenge where I know what defenses you have. I know what your strengths are. I want you to have a challenge. I want you to have fun. But I also have no idea what you're going to actually throw at me.
Right.
So, and that, again, that's where I say, like, the DM's also a player. It's not just about, you're not just the arbiter. You're not the director of this game.
Vixie,
you are a full-on player.
Vixie and I were a great example of that when we were messing around in that what do you call it? That room, and we used the paper. With the liar. Just like, you knew what we could do, but
I had no idea
we ended up going that, like, weird enough, it worked.
But exactly, I knew exactly that you had those powers. Did I know you guys were going to come up with that combo for that situation? Not a clue.
Yes,
but you did. You know what I mean? But yeah, so yeah, it just, one of those fascinating things about how it has evolved from, there was a much bigger honor system for players and DMs to all be on the same page, and it seems like that shifted to, let's take a lot of the work off the DM and let's like them focus on the narrative so the players can focus on like the mechanics, right? And I feel like we need to come back to a bridge. We need to come back to where both sides are having the expectations, right? Like, both sides have a role to play, instead of just DM, you're here to tell the story, and players, you're here to build, godlike creatures. Like,
there's definitely something to be said about, and again, I've tried to always say this, but like, D&D is supposed to be collaborative storytelling between the DM and the players, right? You guys are coming together to tell a great story. Mm-hmm. Like, that should be, like, so many people think that the idea is to win D&D, right? Well, there's no winning, man. Like if you're having fun, you're winning, right?
Exactly.
And you can have fun when you mess up at something like that. I genuinely think is a choice. So thinking that you succeed at everything is winning, that's not why we're here. Like, we're here to like do something cool, to create something beautiful, and like if we can come together, like that's completely different. So I don't know. I very much appreciate that.
And that's a good point, because you follow right into the next point, which of these kits is that a lot of the kits also came with built-in roleplay elements. So it helped add to the individual character's narrative, kind of like what we mentioned before, where it gives like the DM plot hooks, but it also gives the characters, like, again, there's limitations, things to work with, right? Things that, people they can talk to, knowledge that they have, abilities and skills that both help not only in combat, but could help in a narrative purpose, when you're trying to do a dialogue with somebody, right? Having some familiarity with them and making them more friendly to you. So one of the examples is like a knight kit for the fighter could have the character like have the chivalry code. So like if you choose that kit, you have to follow the code of chivalry. So roleplay wise, open doors, say ma'am and sir, bow, do all of the knightly chivalrous things. And if you don't do those, you might be punished for it, right? If you intentionally, it's one thing to forget. It's different to intentionally not do it. Yeah. And I think that's the idea, right? As a knight, if you ever stole, you'd get, like, the DM should punish you for that. Like you said, that's not a get, like I can't tell you, well, I'm going to forbid your character from stealing. But if you steal, that is against the chivalry code, that will come with a punishment, right? That's the kind of like roleplay guidance this had, which I kind of like those little things, right? That can affect anything from like, not just penalties of the character, but it could also just be like NPC interactions could be affected. So people could just stop liking you. You could just, you could get a bad taste with a merchant. Like, this is something that I don't see a lot of people do, is people don't really tend to get like disadvantages or penalties from merchants when they piss them off and like argue with them. Oh yeah. How often, like, how easy is it to be like, that merchant's going to charge you 20% now, 20% on top of everything because he doesn't like you? Why not? It's an easy punishment. Good morning, Helepa. It is such an easy punishment to give out.
I would say, well, yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. And it wouldn't necessarily be super common for the opposite to happen, but potentially if you do them a specific really awesome favor, maybe they will do the opposite.
Yeah, give you a discount, like one-time discount or something. And that's the idea, right? Those little things, those kind of like role play interactions, I think we're missing a little bit more in 5th edition. So yeah, cool. I was able to gather quite a few of the kit options. So let's look at a couple of these example kits. Okay. Let's start off with fighter kits. So we had the first one I saw was Swashbuckler.
Swashbuckler, awesome. I saw that made a comeback in 5th edition.
So obviously the idea behind this one was to be, daring, charismatic, you're a duelist. Think Zorro, Three Musketeers, right?
Sure.
So you're the kind of witty, I want to be in their face, almost like a bard with vicious mockery, right? You want to be in their face, you want to be talking smack, but you're a dueler, right? You're up close and personal. You're not really going to be firing a bow. You're not going to be, wielding a halberd. You're not going to be in plate mail. You want to be agile, nimble. You're going to have dexterity, right? You're going to be moving around a lot.
Sure.
Some of the benefits that you got from Swashbuckler: bonuses to reaction rolls. So again, remember, because you're nimble, you're quick, you're gonna be.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Faster, and that makes sense, right? Not every fighter needs to have a reaction bonus, but a dueler, someone who's always moving fast, who's constantly thinking about parrying and defensive. Yeah, you're gonna have better reactions on that. Increased dexterity-based abilities. So again. Things like acrobatic checks, footwork, moving, basically anything about mobility, that's going to be bumped. Modern games don't like to punish the players, but if a DM doesn't, they go crazy. Yeah, that's the problem. And then what else? Oh, and it gives you like this kit automatically gave you the ability to fight, to two-hand or to two-weapon fight, because you had a rapier and a dagger. So it gives you like the rapier, the rapier fighting stance. So those are like some of the things that you got from that. Some of the drawbacks from Swashbuckler. Restrictions to light armor, obviously. Okay. So even if you're a fighter, you now can only have light armor because you're a duelist.
Interesting.
So that's what we talked about. Like, again, there's restrictions. You chose this kit, but you have to understand you're now not going to be wearing heavy plate armor anymore.
Now, is this also something that you would choose upon character creation?
Typically, these were at character creation.
Okay.
And again, these were an optional variable, but these were ways to help. Because so they're self-inflicted limitations.
Because it's something like that you mentioned in the past, like the weird concept of like, oh, I knew this thing, but now I don't anymore. Like, imagine you started off as a regular fighter and knew how to use medium armor, but all of a sudden now you don't know how to use it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This makes more sense. Like, you're just going to choose not to because you're a duelist, and if you put it on, you can't do any of your dueling. Right.
Like a lot of the duelist features that you would have, like the bonus to your attacks,
reactions and
to
stuff,
your reaction stuff, you probably wouldn't get any of that.
And that's what I'm thinking. This is the stuff that I like to think about when I'm doing character creation with my new players. Is these are the things that I typically work on in terms of I instead of making mechanics of, well, what are your pros and cons, right? Like, I try to look at it from what makes sense. If you say, here's my background, here's what I want to do, and here's what my character build is, I'm going to just naturally, like, if you say, I'm going to be a pirate, I've always been on the boat, I'm going to be a dueler, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, so no plate armor then. You're not going to be able to wear that, because all your skill sets would then be at a disadvantage, right? It's not like you can't. You can go put one on. Like, your character's not stopped from putting one on, but you won't be able to do anything, right? You will not be trained and proficient to do a goddamn thing in plate armor when you're a pirate. And that's the kind of things that I would normally do, like in the character creation in High Point. But I do like this. Like, I kind of like these kits that kind of work.
Right.
I want to do that, and I'm okay not wearing heavy armor if I get to do all of these like other things as a pirate. Because it's that enhancement of being a fighter, right? And that's why I said this is going to be very much akin to like what we think of as a subclass today.
Right.
This is exactly what a subclass would do. Limit some things and boost others. Okay. So let's see. So that was one of the drawbacks. Here's another drawback to the swashbuckler. There was a requirement to act in a flamboyant and daring manner, which could lead to roleplay consequences. So again, think of like any, swashbuckling like pirate that you want. Just that whole goes into the bar, a drink for all of my men, out of my way, wench over here. Like that you would be expected to have that persona. I will say they acted out, but your character would be expected to do things in a outlandish manner.
This is what I would also say an exaggerated example. But I mean, if you look at Captain Jack Sparrow, yes, right? He is a very flamboyant pirate, right? Always like out there. But even though not every pirate is flamboyant, like look at what was Barbossa. Like he was very differently flamboyant, but
that's the thing. They were all flamboyant, but for the same reason, but in different ways. Their whole flamboyancy was to make a name for themselves. But you have Blackbeard, who did it out of pure intimidation and scare tactics. You had Jack Sparrow, who did it out of pure, no one actually knows what he's doing, right? He did the whole confusion method. And then there are others who wanted to do the more like, I'm in your face, I'm going to hurt you. Mm-hmm. Like I do like the idea that, again, it's not telling you how to act. It's just saying that by choosing this character, you have an expectation that that the character in game is going to be a little bit brash and bold. He might say things that are a little bit crass. He might talk to the wrong person. He might make a bad joke. You don't have to act this out if you don't want to. But I do like that the kid is basically saying you are persona.
That instantly reminds me of Davd talking to Mab, because he had no idea.
Yep, you were just like, hey lady, how's it going?
He was just out there hanging out, not giving a hoot. Like, what's good? That's wild. That's so wild.
But yeah, I do like that. Again, some people may not like that, but again, it's like, in my opinion, it's like, then don't choose that one. And then some people are like, but what if I want to be a pirate that's skulky and all of that? And it's like, I get it. There's always an idea out there that you want to embody, but I also kind of like the idea that there's also a precedent to be set that if you're from this background, you're most likely not going to get skulky, because those kind of people don't survive as sailors and pirates. You know what I mean? So it's a hard balance to put. I kind of like it, but again, it's more of that you had to know this going in. You knew. I mean, that was the direction.
I like the idea. Like, again, anything is possible, but like that's what homebrew is for. Like, yes, there's this thing out here that exists, but if you want to do something different and unique, then like let's work together to find the different and unique that you want to do.
We've always talked about beyond the book. If someone came to me and said, "Hey, I want to do this swashbuckler kit, but I really don't want to do the flamboyant thing." Okay, how do you want that to represent differently? Do you just want to be like, you have to do something piratey,
put something
but
here.
it wouldn't necessarily mean you have to do it in this way. But I would say you have to replace it, because the whole point of it, right? Balancing purposes. I get that some people don't want to do it exactly that way, but it's there for a reason. So let's make sure that it still stands out, right? Let's make sure that
let's still give it its place.
Yeah, and that's the way that I would kind of go about it. So here's another one. So Gladiator was another one for fighter.
Okay.
Obviously this was like a arena trained warrior. So not just your street brawler, not your sword fighter. This was like an arena trained warrior, skilled specifically with entertaining crowds as part of combat.
Okay.
So a little bit, right? You're not there to fight for the death. You're there to boast, be boisterous and give a show. You're there for the spectacle.
It reminds me of the entertainer class.
Yeah, very much so. So some of the benefits, right? Weapon proficiency with exotic weapons.
Interesting. Do you have an example of an exotic weapon?
These would have been like, I think in first edition, like a halberd would have been like an exotic weapon.
Okay. What about
like a spear? But then like,
what about like a whip chain?
Yep, that would have been an exotic weapon. Anything that fell outside of like your standard martial weapon.
Nunchucks? Was that exotic enough?
That probably would have been exotic.
Cool.
A bonus to attack rolls when fighting in front of a crowd. I like that little nuance, right? That's cool. That's that thing that it talked about where it's gonna bring everything together, right? These kits bring your whole build. This is a kit designed to bring everything about your background, your history together. So when you're in front of a crowd, you can't help but just,
let's go.
Let me hear
and like,
those
honestly,
hands.
like I'm telling you, like doing something like solo versus doing something in front of a crowd, depending upon your demeanor, will definitely change how well or poorly things go.
Exactly.
So
and I could totally factor, like if you start like, in front of a crowd, the enemy's going to be like, wait, this guy wants to fight. You know what I mean? Like,
right. You might be anxious or you might be just hyped and just like getting everybody behind you. So no, I totally feel that.
You'll like this one. Another bonus, resistance to being stunned or knocked unconscious.
I like that.
Right?
Interesting.
See, these are cool kits. These are things that we want to see more in subclasses. Like,
I very much like, see,
and see right there, that's a perfect one where that would not make sense for a swashbuckler.
So, you know what I think that, how we have all these ASIs and you can just pick like a random feat. Like, I really wish there were more class specific feats. Like, here's stuff that fighters get to choose from. Yeah, there's this other generic stuff, but here, like cleave. I think that would be a really cool thing, like to just give people naturally. It's like, hey, I'm going to do the, like, if you use like a heavy weapon, a two-handed weapon, you have the ability to learn the feat cleave, where you can like go through 2 or 3 people that are all adjacent to you. Like if you get rushed by a whole bunch of people, which happens all the time when you're a frontline fighter, imagine just being able to do one big strike and do damage to all of these dudes.
Like I've always wanted one for either like a thief or monk. I don't know what you would call it, but like I want to call it like a quick step multi-strike, where as long as there are multiple enemies within like within like no more than 10 feet of each other, you can multi-strike while passing through them. So like, let's say you have one enemy in front of you, and then an enemy is within 10 feet of him, and then another enemy within 10 feet of him. You can strike, move, and strike without provoking opportunity attack.
I like that.
Why isn't that an ability?
I like that.
Because how many times, like you see that in movies, right, where they're just running down a hallway, and then they go, attack him, and attack him, and then they keep running through the crowd. These guys are dazed or down, but how many times in a movie do you see the monk or the guy run through people, hit 3 or 4 of them, but keep going?
It's very interesting. Like, I don't see enough people, because like generally in combat, when I see things, it's like everybody is very singularly focused. Like you don't really see people spreading their attacks out a lot, but like especially with a melee fighter because of that very reason. But like imagine that was possible. Like there's a cantrip for clerics that allow you to, whenever somebody is damaged, like if they have any hit points missing, then this spell does more damage. Like normally it's only a D8, but when they have damage taken, then it's a D12.
And that can help because then you're just
exactly. So now everybody's got some damage. So anybody that's very interesting.
I've always wanted that for Monk, where it's like it's a very unique situation where it's like, you know, the next enemy, like you can hit up to 3 enemies with, you know, as long as they're within 10 feet of the previous enemy, and as long as you still have movement remaining.
Right.
And the idea is that, because again, I always think about the one where they're in a hallway, right? Where the guy's running through a hallway and he like punches this guy and then runs past him and punches the other guy. But there's other martial arts times where like the guy gets jumped and then he runs into the crowd and beats one guy up, but then hits a couple others before squaring off with like a fourth guy. And that's the thing that a monk doesn't have, is it's always about like, well, opportunity attack. And I'm like, a monk shouldn't have to worry about that. He should be able to, you know, do the thing where he like ducks under, hits this guy, swirls around the kick, hits this guy, ducks under that, jumps, hits this guy, and then tucks and rolls out of the way.
Yeah.
And now he was over here at this guy. He's hit all 3 of them, but now he's squaring up with this guy over here. You know, those are the things that I really think monks should be able to do, but we don't see that. You know, so this is the kind of stuff that I think we could see in subclasses, as like you said, more. Told the Dead was the thing, by the way.
Yes, I love that spell.
But yeah, just more of these. Either when you take an ASI, either a class specific list you can choose from, or kits, like something like this, where it's like you can, when you take a subclass, give me more of these, right? We've seen subclasses give us some bonuses, but they don't feel like as good as these ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't feel like the subclasses really hone in as much as these kits are. I really love that resistance to being knocked unconscious or stunned.
Yes.
Okay, so drawbacks. A background tied to a life of slavery or servitude. So that could mean maybe you have an old master who's always after you.
Okay.
Maybe you're still technically owned, and if you ever, maybe he's the BBEG, and if you ever run into him, he's going to try to get, maybe you're just always looked at as a slave. Maybe you're always seen as a gladiator, so everywhere you go, no matter what you do with your life, people will always see you as an ex-slave and never treat you well, right? That's something for the DM to do. I like that, where this isn't a huge debt. It just says a background tied to a life of slavery. Like that can mean anything for you or the DM.
I mean, maybe you escape, maybe you're still a slaver, you know, like you could be in all different in that you as a player can decide at the beginning, you know.
Man, what if it's that the way you got out of slavery is like you escaped and the only way to get out of slavery was like you had to give up like your best friend or your brother. Like you sold your best friend, somebody out into slavery so you could get out of slavery.
Wow.
And that's the burden you hold. And if that ever comes out, like it just destroys your whole like concept of honor and everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like that could, or you find out that's the BBEG is your brother, or you know what, something like that, right?
Wow.
Could be a big deal. Another drawback, often requiring the character to have a history as a gladiator. Okay, so basically that was like one of the bigger drawbacks, is it was supposed to be much more of a role play aspect of everyone knows what you were, and that kind of doesn't gain you anything. Like you might be able to find someone who thinks it's like, oh my god, you were a slave and now you're, you know, free, but it was intended that the DM was supposed to take that as a cool.
You're off the trash, kind of like people who got out of prison. You know, most people just look at them like
all you are good for is beating people up, and that's all people care about. If you're not doing that for them, you might as well be cleaning out the horse stable. So kind of an interesting detriment. More work for the DM, I would say. And then the Kensai. This was another one. For fighter, they were a weapon master, dedicating themselves to perfecting combat in a single weapon.
Okay,
so you can already tell where this is going to go in terms of limitations, because the whole point was and we've talked about this too, the art of like mundane, scaling mundane weapons and having a master. Right?
I've still got to work on that.
So the benefits, you get bonus to hit and damage with the weapon of your choice, with your chosen weapon.
Okay.
You get faster attack progression, so you get like multi-attack faster.
Okay.
And you eventually gain the ability to strike. Oh, and then eventually you gain you'll get the ability that your weapon acts as if it's magical.
Okay.
Without being magical.
Okay.
So as long as it's your chosen weapon, you strike with it as if it's magical, so it overcomes resistance.
I love that. I love that.
That's
that's any weapon of that type?
Of your not your weapon, not your one, but that. So if you longsword, every longsword.
Yeah.
Spear, every spear.
Every staff, every whatever the one thing.
Whatever
is.
your one weapon is, you are going to get those benefits picking it up. I like that. Some of the drawbacks. Forbidden from wearing armor and from using any weapon other than your chosen one.
Interesting.
So just flat out, like you are the armorless monk with your single weapon on the battlefield. Let's fucking go. I'll be right back, guys.
No, I'm interested if they give you some other armor options, kind of like unarmored defense for some of the other classes in 5th edition, but I kind of like the vibe that they're trying to build with it. You know, I like the direction that they're trying to point it in. So I don't know. That's very interesting. These kits are honestly giving me a lot of inspiration for like different things that we can build and create for, honestly, I think 5th edition. I think a lot of these things can easily be turned into like little class feats that people and can choose at different levels. And I honestly think again, not necessarily in a bad way, but I think ASIs are like overused as like class features. I think
it's a shame that you always have to choose between an ASI and a feat, because it's like when you make your build, I feel like every time I make a build, right out the gate, I'm assigning myself either all ASIs or all feats. I never feel like it's a dynamic decision. I never feel like it's a decision I can make as I'm playing with 5th edition mindset.
Yeah.
I feel like once I've decided how I want my character to be built, I already know whether or not I'm taking ASIs or if I'm taking feats. Like it's never going to be, oh, I'll take these 2 ASIs, I'll take that 1 feat. It's like, nope, these are all the feats I'm taking, or no, this build requires me to max out dex.
At the very least, I think there should be some milestones where you get both, right? Like imagine like you would get, it's not like you can choose any feat, but like at this particular level, you get your ASI and you can choose from any of these class specific feats.
I like that too.
You know, like, and so, you know, you're progressing in fighter, and because as you level up, like imagine somebody who chose feats the entire way through. Are you really trying to tell me that fighter never got stronger?
Right.
Are you really trying to tell me that they started out as like a 16 strength, and now that they're level 20, they're still a 16? Like, I think that they would have improved.
Yeah.
Like they definitely would have improved, you know, at least somewhere. But like, and you can even give them the choice. Like, yeah, you get these ASI. Maybe they want to grow in charisma instead of strength for whatever reason, you know. They're just really trying to woo these dragons, but you know, whatever. Oh my gosh. I saw this. This is a very, very, very side note, but I saw this TikTok the other day talking about what a dragon's horde can be. Oh my gosh, there was this skit. It was the coolest way to depict a dragon's horde that I had seen in a really, really long time.
Should post in Discord.
Yes, I want to do that. I got to go back and find it, but fortunately I can do that pretty easy in TikTok.
All right, well, we are getting pretty late, so I'm going to kind of blaze through these next ones. Not maybe go through so much detail because we still have 3.5. Luckily, Prestige class, the official Prestige class, was a creation of 3.5, taking the kits and those advanced classes from 1st edition, creating officially what are Prestige classes in 3.5, gotcha. And then 4th and 5th ditched them. So we really only have that. So we're just going to kind of blaze through some of these kits left, and then we'll go into 3.5 because I don't want to split this up into 2 episodes. But we're already at the 3-hour mark. So Wizard kits. Here's a couple others that we got from Wizard. We got the Elementalist, focusing obviously on all the elemental spells. The enhanced spell casting for their chosen element. So any spells that they cast of their chosen element would get bonuses to either distance, range, or range, duration, or damage. They would get bonus spells related to their elements and a spell affinity with creatures of that element.
Okay.
Or special affinity. So any creatures of those elements, they would actually have like a better relationship with. Benefits, those were the benefits, and then the drawbacks were restrictions on learning spells outside of that element and penalties on saving throws against the opposing element.
Okay.
Spells against the opposing element. So if you
Fair
chose
enough.
fire, then you would have detriments to saving throws against water. The Alchemist was another one, specializing in potions, elixirs, and other magical creations. Benefits were the ability to create potions at lower costs and with higher success rates than anybody else, which I really think is awesome for that kind of a build. And you also get like rare knowledge and of unusual substances, locations to find them. So you're more likely to be able to get the rarer materials.
Got you.
Which I like that too. Again, you get better rolls on being able to find stuff. And some of the drawbacks were reduced combat abilities and often required the character to spend more time in a laboratory than on adventuring. So it was much more of a role play kind of concept of you can't be in a dungeon if you're brewing potions.
Got it. Yeah.
And then you had Amazon Sorceress as another example. So as you can obviously guess, this was a female only kit. So it's our first gender restriction.
Interesting. Okay.
And it was portrayed as a wizard raised in an all-female warrior society with unique magical traditions. So some of the benefits, they had access to specific spells related to their society's traditions. A lot of the times this could be given by the DM or by certain spell lists that you found. And you get a bonus to certain saving throws, and you get more bonuses to your combat.
Okay.
So you're basically a more combat-focused spellcaster, which is kind of nice, right?
Okay.
You're a spellcaster that has combat. And then drawbacks. You have penalties when dealing with the male NPCs.
Interesting. So you don't know how to talk to dudes?
And penalties could be anything from you don't know how to speak to them and they're weird, or that you find them so below you.
You always just talk trash to them.
And you just always are condescending, even if they are smarter in any other way, right? So you could portray that however you want. You could role play that out. You just have a problem with males.
Sure. Okay.
More posture check and more. Oh, I'm out of water.
More hydration.
I gotta go grab water.
All right. Oh, you know what? So am I. Goodness gracious. You may. I appreciate
I'll
it.
go quick run for water.
All right. Quick water run. Water run. Goodness gracious. Why are words so hard? I don't get it. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. But no, this is very good. I like the direction that we are headed right now. So oh, there it is. Beautiful. Thank you kindly.
It's enough to hydrate.
It'll get us through.
Oh, thank you so much for watching it out for us, guys. Appreciate you.
Words not D&D, words not dice.
And then other drawbacks, other than the
Wasteful souls struggle to accomplish something meaningful and fail spectacularly, like you are doing now. Good job.
Good job.
You are doing now. See? Fantastic.
I absolutely love that one. Okay, so you had penalties with male NPCs and a requirement to uphold the traditions and customs of your Amazonian culture, whatever you and your DM define that as.
Well, this just got interesting.
Facts.
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
those were the wizard kits. Let's move on to the thief kits. We have the assassin kit.
Okay.
Obviously, more of a stealth killer, trained in murder, poison, disguises was your focus. Benefits: you had bonuses to stealth, bonuses to disguise, and the ability to perform a backstab for extra damage. And you also gained access to poison usages. So what's interesting is it says like the benefit, like I wrote down I can't remember why this particular one, the backstab was important. I think you got the backstab earlier. That's what it was. You start with backstab. I think I think in second edition you didn't get backstab to like level 3 or 4 or 5. I think you didn't get the ability to do backstab. I think with this particular one you start with backstab. That's what I to say.
Okay.
And then drawbacks. The assassin is often morally questionable, required to adhere to contracts, and faces harsh penalties if they fail to complete a mission. So I kind of like that one, right? That's kind of like what you were talking about, where you got a job, you got to go do it.
Yes.
Ooh, this is another good one. Bounty hunter. Obviously, this one was focused on tracking and hunting people, tracking targets, setting up traps. You got bonuses to tracking, stealth, and subduing targets without killing them. So you got I
like that very much.
To, like being able to grapple,
like that very
bonuses
much.
to non-lethal damage. Some of your drawbacks: the bounty hunter is expected to maintain a professional reputation, often leading to complex roleplay challenges. So, like, let's say you and your party are walking around and you're going to do something, but that could harm your reputation if it's found out that you were involved. You may be like, guys, I really can't. No,
I can't be here for this.
Like, I can't even be seen with you guys right now. Or let's say, your party's being insulted by like, a king or something or an enemy, but it's in front of a king. So you have to keep your composure. So you just can't go off the rails. You know what I mean?
Even though that's exactly what you want to do.
Right. Like it could, again, these are the kind of limitations I'm okay with. Right. Not so much like the idea of, hey, you can't do that, but it's just that whole thing of, oh, you want to, you can feel it rising up, but deep down, if you do, you lose that reputation and you can't let that, like, it's almost like I want the player to also feel the character's inner turmoil. Like, right. I know like what you do, like what you say, I know what I want. Woosah.
Yes.
Woosah. You know what I mean? Like, that's exactly what I'm expecting with this, is like that whole thing of, okay, professionalism, don't lose your cool.
We can do this.
And then you have a scout. Obviously these are more wilderness trained thieves, so kind of like you're more of like a ranger thinking.
Sure.
Usually good for reconnaissance. They're like scouts. They usually go up ahead for the party and get a lot of info. They have increased abilities in tracking, stealth, and perception, specifically in wilderness settings. So they'll have bonuses to perception and passive perception. Some of their drawbacks, though, are that they have penalties in urban related settings, and most of their thieving skills are reduced in urban settings.
Okay.
So it makes sense. Like, you can't pickpocket someone in the middle of a town if you're used to tracking someone in the forest.
Yeah.
So again, I kind of like that, where it shows like some things are heightened, some things are lowered, and it makes more narrative sense why. And this character technically has a requirement to spend the majority of their time outdoors. So like,
would a dungeon count as outdoors?
Well, technically it says often at odds with the rest of the party. Like I wrote it as like often it's usually like at a detriment. So it's like, you know, if you're going to stay at a fancy place, you'll need to have access to outside. Like dungeons kind of outside, but long-term underground would be a problem for you. Like
Gotcha.
The whole point is you're a wilderness person. You just want to be out in the sky, out in your trees. And if you're not there,
then I'm not having a really good day.
Yeah. Dez has played a bounty hunter before in 5e.
He's played a what?
He's played a bounty hunter before.
Really?
In 5e. When the new cities or towns usually hit up either the CD bars or guard posts, get familiar with potential jobs. Yeah. That's the idea too, right? He's like, you always go to where your character is going to be most well received, right? Bounty hunter, definitely go to the guards, go to the seedy places, find out who has bounties, who has some warrants. But again, I really like the way that they built out these kits. There's an urban bounty hunter background.
There is an urban bounty hunter background. Again, 5th edition backgrounds I feel like have a lot lacking, but I like the fact that they at the very least brought that to light.
Yeah. So the last thing we'll say, like basically on these ones, the kits were great. There was a lot of known balancing issues. These were just some of the examples, but there were a lot of kits that were broken.
Really?
Just too powerful or just didn't really solve the issue. So while this was meant to help customize the characters more and give a lot more role play options for players and DMs to utilize. They weren't all the greatest in terms of balancing, which again would make sense as the evolution happens, right? This is this is really one of the first introductions we've had to subclasses, like a true introduction to what we know as subclasses today. And that's what I think is great about this is the first like iteration of what we want to see with this. So all the extras like the background and features aren't that good, but the feature ear to the ground, constant contact with people associated with the underground, rumble and talk. See, and that's what I love, right? That's exactly how I like to run most of my rogues, especially if they have that kind of like a background, is have that exact kind of a built-in feat, right? To where it's gonna incite the idea that you don't have to always play out what your character can do, right?
Right.
The idea that this has it built in, like that's already something your character is going to do. Like he's already going to be able to get this knowledge, right? I like that about character builds. Oh yeah, that was something else I didn't tell you about. I set up Autobots too.
Autobots.
Like what Stream Elements just posted. I set that up. It's kind of nice to where I don't have to actually like remind myself to do that. I can actually set that up on timers. So
I like that.
Randomly throughout the stream, I have a couple of those that will just post out.
That's very cool. That's very cool.
But not Decepticons, no.
Autobots.
But yeah, so it was really fun. There were a lot of warnings too in the books. They basically did say, hey, DMs, this is more of an advanced technique to let more stuff happen. Be mindful that more will be used on you. So there was definitely an understanding that this wasn't just player benefit. It was to enhance the entire gameplay. And typically you didn't see these, typically you didn't see like only one person grabbing the kits. Usually it was a party thing. Like everybody, a lot of the times, if only one or two people had the kits, that's where also a lot of balancing issues would happen. You usually wanted everybody to be somewhat tilted in a direction.
No, I definitely get that.
Oh, hey, there's that one. I just realized that those were supposed to be like, I think those were 5 minutes apart. I didn't feel like 5 minutes. It's only 1 minute. Suspicious.
Suspicious.
That's being suspicious. Doesn't look as good as it did when I typed it up, but because I couldn't do the exclamation point Discord without it like actually doing the command. So I had to do like the little image in there, and it doesn't look that good. All right, so let's move on to 3.5. This is where we're going to end it because prestige classes basically start and end here. Like we saw the precursors.
Sure.
We had those advanced classes, the late game classes. We've seen the kits from second edition. Now third edition took both of those. They said, hey, we saw what you did with those. Second edition, we saw what you did with kits. We got an idea. Let's officially launch prestige class.
Okay.
These were actually a core feature of third edition and allowed basically character specialization beyond the basics of the class. So again, subclasses, like precursors to what we know as subclasses today. This was just the official like terminology that 3.5 use. Again, more so like what we saw in second edition, allows the players to take their character build and by meeting certain requirements, gaining and losing certain abilities to make those more customizable and more attainable to a specific build that you want. Without having to go through like so many like, hoops for certain feats and things like that.
For sure.
And again, the biggest issue or the biggest thing that was trying to solve was give people more opportunity for gameplay, like more avenues to approach it. All right, so yeah, basically just adding more customization. Some of the prestige classes did have some of the prerequisites, kind of like what we've seen before. Pretty much all of them had some sort of prerequisite. So all of these had some sort of like balancing aspect that they needed in order to obtain. It wasn't just free for all. And it could be anything to needing certain feats, skill ranks, base attack bonuses, a certain alignment, or certain class abilities. Again, it's so many things had to come into it. They almost try to make these not like what you were going to start with, but something worth achieving. So they actually try to make it not like you were just going to be this, but hey, here's things that you needed to accomplish then you'll be rewarded with this. So I kind of like that. It's a little bit different of a subclass because it's something that more like first edition where you had to work for it. So it has all the benefits of the second edition like kits, but it has that first edition you got to work for it.
Interesting. Okay.
And then unlike the base classes though, these base classes typically went from level 1 to 20. But with the prestige classes, most had a limited number of levels, usually 5 or 10.
5 or 10.
Like the levels of that prestige class.
Got you. That's how many you could go.
So it's also made the prestige classes complement your base class rather than replace it.
Got you.
So that was the idea, right? Is if you were already a level 10, 15 something, why would you want to be, restart and go, and replace everything? This was more to add 5 extra levels in this extra class, right? Almost like a multi-class, or hey, you've done so well so far as a fighter, let's make you something really special.
Right.
Kind of like what you were saying, how are you going to be a fighter for so many years and not get stronger?
Exactly.
It's almost like that's what this is it's the getting stronger part. So the core mechanics of this, the specific requirements for entering a prestige class obviously varied from each one, but usually included several like key factors that were pretty much similar through all of them. So skill ranks, obviously you needed a certain number of ranks. Like a lot of these would have certain skills that you needed to have certain ranks in. So certain things you had to be able to do at a certain proficiency level.
Okay.
You had to have certain feats sometimes. So there are some where you had to be able to make sure that you had taken or known certain feats. So for instance, if you had like for some of the martial prestige classes, you need you might need something like weapon focus, or for like a spell focus or like a spell casting prestige class, you might need the spell focus feat.
Okay.
So these are the kind of like some example prerequisites. Sometimes you would need class abilities in order to obtain these. So like you might need sneak attack. You might have to have the ability sneak attack to become an assassin.
Interesting. Okay.
Or the ability to cast a 3rd level spell before you can become an arcane trickster.
Interesting.
So, little advancements of these aren't going to give you stuff. They're going to enhance what you can do. And I think that's a better approach to, I think that's I think it's a very unique approach to subclassing. The idea that it's not about giving you new stuff, it's enhancing the things that you can do.
Got you.
Almost along the lines of what we say, where when you do a subclass, you should get your foundation and then build upon it. Like you should get the cornerstone early, and then it should rise with you.
Especially if it's a subclass you don't choose. Like, because I definitely understand how some of the subclasses like will diverge from the very beginning, and so your foundations might look a little different. Mm-hmm. But if you are going to start off with that foundation and then specialize, there should be something to be said for those specializations building upon the foundations that everybody gets.
Right.
So, no, I totally feel that. Like when you use your action surge, or when you use your second wind, or, when you use your hide in shadows, or whatever the case may be, X, Y, and Z happens, or you get X benefit. Okay.
Exactly. They had something called a base attack bonus. It's basically, your bonus to hit people. Some of the martial prestige classes would require a minimum bonus to hit.
Okay.
Alignment could be one that you would need. That's kind of, an obvious one. You might be required to be lawful, chaotic, or good or evil. You could have racial restrictions. So you might have to be a certain race or not be a certain race.
Okay.
Let's see. So class features, prestige classes granted a variety of unique abilities. So for instance, like for spellcasters, a lot of the prestige classes allowed a continued progression of spells per day. So whereas a lot of, people would stop at how many spells they could keep learning, doing a prestige class would extend that number and allow you to keep learning new spells.
Dope.
So that's one of the options.
That's very cool, actually.
And a lot of times too, you could also get like you can get access to new types of magic too, like as a spellcaster. So it would also open up like other spell slots or other spell lists. So not only can you just cast more spells, but you get access to spells that other people couldn't have access to.
Interesting.
Other options like martial classes would often get provided specialized combat abilities based on the weapons that they had, or get like a weapon master's feat to increase critical damage. They would often get feats to increase range. Oops. We're down here. I lost my spot. Okay, here we go. For like the thieving classes, you could get advantages on like certain abilities would give you advantages on stealth. If you had like, you know, hide and shadows, then you could have like ones that would give you benefits on stealth, but you had to have those. Those additions. Oh, transformation. Some prestige classes like Dragon Discipline allowed characters to physically transform, giving them like draconic features,
almost like breath weapon, but almost like is it actually a transformation, or is that just what they look like now? Like, is it more like a wild shape where you can go back and forth?
Yeah, it's more like a wild shape. They can physically transform for the time being. Like, yeah. So it's like these are the kind of things that, you know, you would be able to make for that. They made that prestige class the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, lightweight.
Yeah, I could see that. And let's say so. Okay, and then they also had like the role playing hooks. So again, just aspects of these character builds that would allow the DM and the player to figure out how better to play them and how better to integrate them into the campaign. A lot of them had just like a lot of themes based on they like a lot of the themes were based on how to like control the character's actions, not control, but to guide the character's actions, how they would respond to certain things, and give them differences of like, you know, those turmoils of player doesn't want to do this, but character's going to. So like for an instance, so like if you had like a paladin of slaughter, that would be expected to pursue a path of evil, destruction, right? So kind of like, we talk about alignment. Certain of these prestige classes would kind of have an expectation of how you're going to play them or where you're going to take them.
Of like lightweight, like imagine you choose the paladin of vengeance, right? Mm-hmm. And you don't have a revenge thing that you're after. It's
or you don't, like you finally get BBEG and you spare him.
Right.
Instead of taking vengeance, you spare him. That would be a problem. But it's a kind of that expectation of, well, you know, you chose this class, you chose this prestige class, you wouldn't spare him because of that, right? It's not so much that I'm saying you, player, aren't allowed to play your character, but this is the character you chose, play them correctly. And there is kind of a very fine line between that, right? Of player, play the character that you made, but also play the character that you made. Like,
yeah,
it's a fine line between what's acceptable there. So here's a couple examples of these popular prestige classes, because we can't go through all of them, but we'll go through a couple. So Arcane Trickster was considered a prestige class back then.
Okay.
So for instance, this one required you to be able to cast 3rd level arcane spells. You had to have, at bare minimum, a 4d6 sneak attack damage.
Okay. And does that just come online at a certain time, or do you have to specifically upgrade it?
You had to, yeah. So you wouldn't be able to take on this class unless you were able to deal 4d6 sneak attack. So however you had to do that in 3rd edition, whether that was a level up where you got 1d6 per, you know, for every 5 levels or whatever, you know, whatever got you that, you had to wait until you got it. Whether that was feats or leveling up, you just had to wait till you could do that.
Interesting.
Let's see, what else? You had to have skills in Disable Device and Escape Artist. So those were the prerequisites just to become a Arcane Trickster.
Okay.
The Arcane Trickster blends arcane spellcasting with stealth and subterfuge. Basically allowed them to combine sneak attacks and spells. Like, that's kind of dope. Sneak attack spells are dope.
That sounds dangerous.
So here's a couple of their key abilities that the Arcane Trickster got. You were allowed to it was called ranged Ranged ledger domain.
Ledger domain.
Ranged ledger domain. This ability allowed the arcane trickster to use open locks or open lock, disable device, and sleight of hand. All three of those can be used at distance.
What is that? Mage hand?
Lightweight. Like sleight of hand. So it's like it's like I want to move something or like pocket something. I could just do it from the opposite side of the room. Like you could do it at a distance because of your magic.
Wild.
Right? Sneak attack progression continues the progression of sneak attack damage, combining it with spells for devastating effects. So where
you can do sneak attack on a spell,
but also where sneak attack would stop gaining damage, this just says no, it keeps going. So not only does it get more, but yes, you can use it on spells. So that's Arcane Trickster. Here's a classic, Eldritch Knight. I chose some of these because it would be a little bit familiar to what we know now.
Right.
But Eldritch Knight. Ability to cast 3rd level arcane spells and proficiency with all martial weapons are the only prerequisites.
Okay.
This one was a blend. Okay, we kind of know what the Eldritch Knight was, a blend of, fighting and spell casting. But the two key abilities here, spell casting progression. So they were able to continue gaining spell casting abilities. Basically allows them to advance more like they were a pure spellcaster. So whereas other spellcasters or half casters would stop, this one basically unlocks them and they keep on getting their spells as if they were a full caster.
Okay.
And then martial training, they get enhanced combat abilities, making the character more effective in combat. So again, this one's making a mage fighter, but more mage heavy with good powerful spells. So it's making that glass cannon made out of cast iron.
I like that.
Let's go. Ooh, here's a different one. Shadow Dancer. So your prerequisites were you have to be able to hide, move silent, perform skill. Oh, you had to have the perform skill. You had to have dodge, mobility, and combat reflexes feats. So if you were able to get all of that based on your prior build, which probably means you were, a thief, you were able to
at
take
least
the Shadow
a little
Dancer.
bit.
The Shadow Dancer is stealth and deception, basically constantly hiding in shadows. Like their whole deal is never being seen. Their key abilities: hide in plain sight, the ability to hide even when being observed, as long as the character is within 10 feet of a shadow. Because normally you can't. If you were in full view of an enemy, you can't take the hide action. Especially in 2nd edition, you couldn't just oh, hey, you see this?
Now you don't.
Oh, bye. No, they would just be like, dude, you're standing right there. This one, it's more like hey, what's that over there? You know what I mean? Like this is that whole thing of you could look right at me and I'll disappear in front of you. That's dope.
That I envision as when you see that scene where you're making eye contact with somebody
in front of you,
and the bus passes, stuff like that.
That's exactly how I imagine this. Where it's there's just something that happens, a breeze flows in.
That's
they have
Batman shit right there.
So hide in plain sight. Oh, shadow jump, the ability to teleport from one shadow to another using shadows as a means of travel. Fucking love it.
That is cool shit. There are so many classes in 5th edition that have tried to do that, but have just done it terribly. I definitely like these ideas that we're going with.
Summon shadow was another one. You can summon a shadow as an ally in combat.
Dope. Shadow Sorcerer tried to do that too.
It can either do combat or scouting, so it can gather info. Let's see, another one, Arcane Archer. So prerequisites are being able to cast 1st level arcane spells and have a proficiency with a bow. And obviously the whole point was a ranger with magic. So some of the key abilities: Imbue Arrow, ability to channel an area effect spell into an arrow, causing the spell to detonate on the point of impact. That right there, man, that's awesome. Think about all of the AoE spells that you just can't get over there.
Shoot, just imagine the range you've increased Fireball to. Good God.
Yeah, no, I think Imbue Arrow is so cool. Because you think Imbue Arrow, you're oh, you're just going to give it some extra damage. It's no, I give it a spell.
That's wild. That's very cool.
Bro, think about this. Think about this, right? Imagine you need to infiltrate somewhere and you know that they have a bunch of like mage guards, right? Imagine just taking 2 arrows at like the front gate. Or even a couple of these, depending on how often you could do this. Just imagine it like a handful of these archers, right? They're outside like way far away, like a couple 100 yards away from the main castle gate or whatever they're about to infiltrate. And they all just let loose a bunch of arrows. And as they fall in the city, both silence and darkness fall. As every arrow lands, casts silence and darkness in pockets. So as you approach the city's in chaos because the mages can't cast spells. No one can see what's going on. And you're just coming up on the city. Just...
That would be freaking nuts. That would be very cool.
Bot detected! Get out of here! No one wants that bot.
Get out of here.
All right. But yeah, I think imbued arrows. And then there's also has enhanced arrows. At higher levels, the arrows can be magically enhanced to deal extra damage or overcome damage resistances.
Okay.
And that's higher than imbuing it with a spell. I'm not sure which one's worse. Like, I'm not sure which one should have come first, but technically it thinks that imbuing the arrow with extra damage and overcoming resistance is more important than being able to imbue it with a spell. I don't know. Y'all tell me.
Well, I would say that I would want the ability to imbue it with a spell earlier. Like, granted, you can't do as higher level spells earlier. So, like we were talking about in our last community creation review, we had the ability to overcome resistances, and you were talking about like mid to late game type stuff. So
that's true. And realistically, the imbued arrow is really all you're doing is you're not really doing anything to arrow. You're just giving any spell more range.
Spells you'd be able to cast anyways.
Yeah. So it's really just more range. Hello, fellow humans. I am definitely not a bot. Do you have some oil? I mean food. Let's see. So we have 2 more and then we can call it a night because it's getting late. So we have the assassin.
Yes.
The assassin. So prerequisite, you needed to be able to do 46 sneak attack damage. You needed to be of an evil alignment. And you specifically had to have skill ranks in disguise and hide.
Okay.
So you had to basically like be proficient, what we would call proficient in those skills. Obviously, this one's all about stealth, disguise, and death. A lot of times you're usually hired by other people. So again, you're not an assassin for yourself, you're an assassin for others. 3 key abilities. You get death attack. If the assassin studies a target for 3 rounds and then makes a sneak attack, the attack can potentially kill the target instantly. Now, we talked about doing this. How do you implement an insta-kill?
Yes.
I kind of like the original of just the dice rolls, of just not being seen, but I kind of don't mind the whole if you had to keep eyes on them for 3 rounds, because that's also kind of legit. As long as you can successfully pull off a sneak attack after you've like watched them and kind of gotten their weakness.
Now, the question is, are those 3 rounds of non-engagement, or are those 3 rounds of like, yes, I'm shooting at them here and there, and now this is my kill shot?
It says study, so if I remember correctly, studying would mean that
you have to take your action to study.
You just have to keep eyes on them. Anybody else can be doing stuff, but you can't do anything other than watch that target.
Like that's what you're, that's
but again, if you're doing sneak attack, if this isn't in combat, if you're trying to do this to start combat by, like sneaking up, if you're doing this in roleplay purposes, or again, even if this isn't combat, if you were, remember this, with the assassin, there were abilities where you were able to hide like in plain sight with other versions, right? So it's like, there are obviously definitely ways that this could benefit you. Poison use, obviously assassins get to use poisons without risk of poisoning themselves, so you have no issues. And then you have spell casting. You do get a small number of spells that are focused on stealth, deception, and killing.
Interesting.
And then our last example for a prestige class today, folks, is going to be Dragon Disciple. You need, for prerequisites, you need the ability to cast arcane spells without preparation.
What gives you that ability?
I don't know. And then you have to have knowledge of the Draconic language.
Okay.
I kind of like those two prerequisites, right? But that's a lot of people. Anybody could learn a language, and I don't know who can prepare spells or do spells without preparation.
That's definitely my first question.
But again, this whole thing was about the Dragon Disciple was chosen because this one gets you to eventually transform into a dragon. Like the whole point is slow transformation into a dragon. You gain physical attributes of the dragons, which is cool. So your key abilities for the Dragon Disciple, ability increases. You gain bonuses to strength, constitution, and charisma as you transform.
Okay.
So these all will boost as you get your transformation on. You get draconic traits. You gain the abilities like a breath weapon, natural armor, and eventually wings and the ability to fly.
Sick.
And then of course you get spellcasting. So you get spellcasting progress. Though you don't get spells as quickly as a pure caster, but you do get spell progression.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it. Those are just some of the examples. But the whole purpose of these prestige classes were to help, just what we saw before, right? They were help to customize player builds, give more options for both DM and player to involve themselves in the narrative and be able to tell more of a story. But they were also to help flesh out worlds, right? They were also to help give more background and more information to what's going on. Give more explanations to why that person over there has magic and why that person over there can do something different. It was really to help make the world feel unique and not just a video game.
Yeah.
And then, of course, 4th edition basically completely abandoned it, as they do many things. And 5th edition favored subclasses. So basically, instead of any advanced qualities, we got what we now know as true subclasses.
I will say a lot of the names that you read off were very familiar to me.
Oh yeah, like Arcane Trickster. That's why I chose them. There was a couple of them on there that were going to be familiar, and I wanted to choose a couple that definitely stood out as 3rd edition.
Sure.
But yeah, that's the kind of fun stuff with, I love these deep dives, but this is why I could not do this last week. I could not have possibly
100%
explained the history of, dude, this took, where are we at? 4 hours. It took us 4 hours. Yeah, we did, probably do like an hour long tangent, but still, like, that's why I knew I wasn't going to be able to do this. There was no way I was going to be able to turn around and have this thing make any sense if I was going to do a bard history.
For sure.
So I'm glad we did this. We turned out way longer than I expected, but I am happy with it. So
let's get it.
I hope you guys all enjoyed it. This was cool. I think the history ofs are kind of a good, like, I want to do more topics. Obviously, I want to have more discussions, but I absolutely love these history of episodes. Like, it's fun for me. I hope it's fun for y'all. It's a lot of good information, and it definitely makes me appreciate just the 10 years I've put into this, and like all of the influence, just seeing all of the influences that influenced me, but indirectly, right? Like some of the stuff I, never dealt with directly, but maybe someone else did that I gamed with, and the way that they gamed influenced how I did something, right? Like there's so many things I read and I'm like, I do it almost exactly like that, but I don't remember reading this. Where did I get that from?
Right.
So I it's great. I love it. I hope you guys are enjoying it. So thank you guys so much for joining us here. I know it's not our normally scheduled day. I know we normally are doing it on Fridays, but I am going to be gone. So I really thank you for being here. Hecate, Des, Horlepa, thank you guys so much for joining us, chatting. It's always great that you guys keep us company.
100%.
And it's always great to see you guys. I hope you guys are having a fantastic week. I hope you guys have a great weekend coming up. I know I won't be around much on Discord or anything. I'm actually going to go to a Ren Fair out of state. So yeah, we're leaving the state.
Nice.
We're going to go over to Nevada, and we're going to go to a Ren Fair. I'm going to do the dress up and everything. So I will be posting pictures in the Discord if you guys want to see that. So if you guys want to see me dress up as a pirate, as I often do, pay attention to the Discord over the weekend, because I will be posting piratey stuff there. If you guys want to join that Discord, you can. Links in chat. You can also at any point, if you are watching us live, you can also do !Discord and get the Discord link at any point in the future. If you guys want to follow us anywhere on social media, or especially if you want to see any of our other live streams on our VOD channel, you can do that on YouTube. But if you want to follow us anywhere, we just posted our link tree that has all of our socials. So click the link tree in chat, and then go find us everywhere. Follow, like, subscribe. You guys know where we are. You guys know how to do it. And again, join the Discord. Give us topics. Give us homebrew. We want to hear from you. We want to chat with you. Or maybe you just want to come see me as a pirate. I don't know. I'll be posting pictures. I'll probably have a couple more in the sub-only chat. So if you guys want to have that, you guys can sub and then you get the sub-only chat. Usually I just do updates early and I try to do some like behind the scenes stuff more. But otherwise, that's going to be us. You guys have been fantastic. Thank you so much for all of your guys' input. Des, looking forward to those to the wedding build.
Oh,
I really
yeah.
want to see that homebrew for it was the wedding, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The wedding, yeah. So Des, get that to us. Hoylepa,
Oh, he
you
already
so
sent
much.
it. It's already in there.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I downloaded it.
Hoylepa, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day because I know it's very early. So
No doubt.
whatever it is you are doing on this Friday, I wish you the best Friday. I have work tomorrow, and then I'm going to take a nice weekend. So yeah, that's going to be us. I know I kept saying this last week, guys. We do have a big announcement coming next week. I keep having to push it off because things are in the mail. So not next Monday, but next Friday, there will be a very big, I say big, I'm worried that I'm hyping this too much and it's not going to be that big of a deal. There's going to be an announcement next week, and it's going to be fun. Be here next Friday. We'll be posting about it in the Discord again. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun and we're going to keep on doing what we're doing. So
Love it.
yeah, enjoy the rest of your week, guys. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back next Monday with I saw it earlier today. What are we reviewing on Monday?
Oh, Monday's review is Warlock subclass Unicron. Unicron.
I have no idea. I see. That's one of those names. I have no idea what we're even going to run into. I have no idea what this is. So we got a subclass called Unicron, y'all. Be here on Monday and we will review it. That's going to be us for the rest of the night. Thank you all for showing up and hanging out with us for so long. It's been great. Enjoy the rest of your day, Hoylepa. I appreciate you. Des, take it easy. We'll see you guys next week. Oh, that's one of yours. Ooh, here
Yes.
we go. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we will see you all next week for that. Cheers, y'all.
Deuces, my friends.